Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry lost Ron and had to face Voldemort alone. Here is short summary. After Ron's death, Harry returns to Hogwarts for his 6th year. With Dumbledore's guidance and mounting challenges, can Harry and his friends uncover the key to defeating Voldemort before it's too late? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry Potter lay in his bed staring at the ceiling of his rather small bedroom. He'd been doing this ever since he'd returned to number 4 Privet Drive the day of his best friend's funeral. The day he'd left the girl he loved, and his friends. Now, he was more miserable than he'd ever been in his entire existence, which was saying something. Harry lived with his aunt, uncle and cousin, who had treated Harry as if he were some kind of disease. They had lied to the entire neighborhood, and perpetrated the rumors that he was some sort of delinquent. All because they hated anything they perceived to be abnormal. Growing up, Harry's relatives had done all they could to squash the freakishness out of him. They had made him their personal beep, never bought him anything new, or even celebrated his birthday. He'd grown up quite lonely, as his cousin, Dudley, had done everything in his power to ensure Harry was alone. Harry's life had changed forever the day he'd learned he was a wizard, and many hidden truths had come out on that fateful night. Over the next 5 years, Harry learned much about himself and his mysterious past. He'd even made friends. Hagrid had been the first, a monstrous mountain of a man, with the temperament of a cuddly teddy bear. Then Ron, on the train to school. Hermione followed, and for the next few years, they were inseparable. Until the tournament. The Tri-Wizard Tournament had not only tested Harry's limits, but his friendships as well. Hermione had stuck by him from the beginning, but Ron, who suffered serious self-esteem issues, had not believed Harry. What was worse was that Ron had known all along that Harry had not entered himself, but his stubbornness, and his pride, wouldn't allow him to make things right between them. Eventually, Ron had apologized, and the three were once again united. Then, at the end of that year, a new friend revealed themselves, though it wasn't until the start of Harry's 5th and latest year that he would truly get to know Daphne. Daphne had proven to be so much more than another ally, or trusted confidant. She had awakened something within Harry's heart. She had become the single most important person in Harry's life, and he had been completely unaware of how much he truly cared for the girl until the day he watched her get cursed by a Death Eater. The moment she fell to the floor, presumably dead, Harry's world ceased. Daphne had survived, and so far as he knew, was mending well. It was because of that event, and what he learned after that night, that Harry felt it was better for everyone if they were to stay away from him. Harry had finally learned why it was he'd been hunted by the most powerful and notorious dark wizard in a century. Lord Voldemort wanted Harry dead because of a prophecy that predicted Voldemort's downfall. The funny thing was, that the prophecy was not specific. It could have been another Dark Lord, some other child. But it had been Voldemort to actually put the prophecy into effect. The Dark Lord had marked Harry as an equal the night he tried to murder Harry as an infant. That night, nearly 15 years ago, had irrevocably changed the fate of 2 wizards. Dumbledore had sworn that he was going to waste no more time, and train Harry to face his destiny. Harry had then vowed to protect the people he cared for. He would not see anyone else sacrifice themselves to save him. So, he had done the right thing, and told Daphne they could no longer see each other. Harry had never hated himself more than he did now. He knew that she was safe now that he was no longer in her life, but he could not stop thinking of her. He still had 2 more years at Hogwarts, and he would see her every day, and every day it would be a knife twisting in his heart. It wasn't just Daphne, though. He had vowed to keep away from Hermione and Neville and Tracy as well. He couldn't stand the thought of any one of them being used to get to him. He had proven that he would try to save those he cared for, and Harry knew the Dark Lord would exploit this weakness. Both Neville and Hermione had been writing to him. He gotten 2 letters from Neville, and at least one for every day he'd been back at the Dursleys from Hermione. Hermione was not going to give up, Harry knew, which was going to make things very difficult when school began. Harry hoped he might be kept very busy with his promised training. There was a soft knock on his door, and Harry's aunt poked her rather horse-like face into his bedroom. "Harry, lunch is nearly ready." "Thank you," Harry said politely, not moving from his bed. He heard the door close and sighed heavily. This had been the nicest his relatives had ever treated him, and Harry had Dumbledore to thank for it. The day that the headmaster brought Harry back to the Dursleys, he had insisted on speaking with Harry's Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Dumbledore glared at Harry's relatives, and spoke in a very disapproving tone the entire time. "Petunia, your sister would be most disappointed in how you have treated her son. You alone are responsible for all that has befallen Harry under your care. It is quite a miracle that Harry turned out better than your own son, for all the abuse he has had heaped upon him. To you, Vernon, who judge a person's worth by what they possess, this should be a lesson for you. Your nephew, whom you have spent a lifetime abusing, insulting, and using as a beep, is one of the richest people in England. As the last of the Potter line, he stands to gain a healthy sum of gold, as well as a handful of properties and 2 or 3 very profitable businesses. Had you shown him kindness and love while he lived here, it is very likely he would have been most generous in return, once he learned of his vast fortune." Both Harry and Vernon had stared bug-eyed at Dumbledore. The old man simply shook his head in annoyance at the look of greed on Vernon and Petunia's faces. Even Dudley looked anxious to get his hands on a large pile of gold. "You can wipe those silly looks off your faces. I would not be surprised if Harry chose to use that wealth to see you all live the rest of your lives in total misery," the old man said bitterly. "Harry will be staying with you for 2 weeks. At that time, I will be coming to collect him, and then you will never see him again, unless he chooses to seek you out. Good evening." Dumbledore had held their gazes for a long moment, before taking Harry by the arm and walking to the door. "Sir, is all that true? Am I really that rich?" Harry had asked, more than a bit stunned. "It is indeed. The vault in which you've taken money out to purchase school items is little more than a trust vault. Many old families set them up with each child's birth, to make sure they can cover the costs of schooling. The Potter family was quite old, and had amassed quite a fortune. On your 17th birthday, you shall inherit it all, and the goblins will be most anxious to speak to you on matters of investment, I am sure. For now, however, you should not think on it. As I said, I will be coming to retrieve you in 2 weeks' time." "Where will we be going?" Harry asked. "I shall not say any more. Suffice to say, I believe that while we will be working very hard, you shall quite enjoy the holiday. Now, before I depart, there is one more matter in which I wish to speak on. Your friends." "No," Harry said, lowering his eyes. "It's better this way. I ask that you spend the next 2 weeks to reconsider, Harry. You do not have to do this alone. In fact, you might find that your friends will be able to help you in ways that you cannot even begin to imagine. I won't watch another one of them die to protect me." Harry shook his head. "They're all better off staying away from me. It's safer for them that way." Dumbledore lowered his own head, and gave a soft sigh. "I hope you think about what I have said, Harry. I shall see you in 2 weeks' time." With that, the old headmaster left number 4 Privet Drive. Since that night, Harry's relatives had become some of the most cheerful, friendly people Harry had ever known. They couldn't seem to do enough for Harry. At meals, which Harry no longer was forced to cook, Aunt Petunia gave him the biggest helpings. Neither Uncle Vernon nor Dudley complained about this. Dudley was forced to do the chores usually set for Harry, and Vernon had not uttered the word "freak" at all. Unfortunately, Harry was onto their plan. They clearly thought that Harry would reward them for their treatment of him this summer. Harry always chuckled when he thought about it. There was no way 2 weeks of fawning would ever make up for 14 years of abuse and neglect. Harry brushed it all out of his mind. He had too much to concern himself with. He was trying to figure a way to avoid his friends at school this coming year, as well as wondering what he might be learning from Dumbledore that summer. However, as happened so often, his thoughts wandered to Daphne, and how she was doing. Dumbledore's words haunted him as well. "You might find that your friends will be able to help you in ways that you cannot even begin to imagine." What did that even mean? Harry wondered. Are they going to jump in front of a killing curse? He cringed at the thought of Hermione lying upon the ground, her soft cinnamon-colored eyes staring lifeless up at him. Or Tracy's ever-present slight smirk frozen on her face forever. Or Neville, looking horrified as death took him. And Daphne. Stop it, Harry cursed himself. In the past few days, Harry's inner voice had begun sounding like Ron. The problem was, the Ron/inner voice was making sense. Harry thought somehow his psyche was taking on the properties of his friends in order to win this ongoing inner struggle. It's better for them, Harry argued. Is it? Ron would ask. Harry just imagined Ron standing before him, hands on his hips the way Hermione would stand when she was angry. Yes, Voldemort won't go after them if they don't associate with me. They're safer this way. You're so daft, Potter. It doesn't matter if they're with you or not. He's seen your mind. He knows your heart. At least with you, they have a chance. And don't you deserve some happiness? Isn't better to have loved and lost? They deserve better. Harry argued with his subconscious, which now sounded exactly like his red-headed friend, which made Harry shudder to realize. So do you, mate. Harry heard the doorbell ring, and he leapt off his bed, thankful to end this madness. Today was the day that Dumbledore had said he would be coming to collect him. Harry had spent the last few days going through his meager belongings and preparing to leave the Dursleys for the last time. He shut the lid on his trunk and looked to see that Hedwig, his snowy owl, was still in her cage where she had been since arriving with another letter from Hermione that morning. He shut the cage, and trying not to disturb his owl, set her cage on top of his trunk, then went down to meet the headmaster, anxious to begin the next chapter of his life. It was not at all what she had expected. In fact, she found it rather disturbing. Every single house looked exactly alike, save for the numbers set beside each door. How could anyone live in such a place, she wondered as she walked down the quaint little street. Daphne had gotten her information just after breakfast. Her father had made a special flow call and given her what she needed. Her mother gave her a small coin purse which was filled with money, and waited with her as Daphne summoned the night bus. Daphne had decided quickly that she did not like the night bus. It was like riding the carts at Gringotts, which she had never truly liked. Once the bus finally stopped in Surrey, Daphne had gratefully stepped off, not relishing the thought of riding it home. However, since his house was not connected to the Flow network, she had very little choice. All of her concerns were washed away when she spotted number 4. Her feelings became mixed. She desperately wanted to see Harry and key him and hold on to him and tell him that there was nothing they couldn't overcome together. But he had tried to dump her. He had tried to break up with her for the stupidest reason she had ever heard in her life. He wanted to protect her. He wanted her to be safe from the war that he seemed to be at the center of. Like it was even remotely possible for her to be safe. The only way that could happen was if she were to leave England entirely, and that was not likely to happen. Not while he was here. They were destined to be together, and Daphne meant to make him see it, even if it killed him. The lawn was immaculate, and the stone walk looked as if it were scrubbed. Daphne almost felt as if she should have wiped her feet before stepping onto it. She felt like someone was watching her as she got to the door, though it was clear there was no one around. She rang the doorbell, and waited. She had spent a lot of time preparing herself for this meeting. She wanted Harry Potter to realize exactly how big a mistake he had made in trying to leave her. She had chosen her best pair of jeans, which she felt hugged her nicely, accentuating her curves. She matched that with a button-down shirt and vest, which made her chest look bigger, undoubtedly due to the bars she had worn. She had even left a few buttons undone to show off her cleavage. She was playing dirty, she knew, but all was fair in love and war. Her hair was loose around her face, just the way he liked. Harry had a strange fascination with her hair, not that she minded. It was incredibly nice the way he ran his fingers through her hair when they relaxed together. One time, she had sworn she'd started purring in her chest like some contented cat. Luckily, Harry had not heard a thing. She stood waiting for only a moment before the door opened and she set eyes on possibly the largest human being she had ever seen in her life. He was tall, taller than she was. But he was also immensely wide. Daphne could see that it wasn't all fat, however. His arms looked like they had more than a bit of muscle on them. He had sandy hair and beady little eyes which roved over her body hungrily. It made her shiver slightly. "Can I help you?" The boy leered, and Daphne took an involuntary step back. "I'm here to see Harry Potter," Daphne said, sounding braver than she felt under this boy's lustful stare. At the mention of Harry's name, the boy's face changed to one of apprehension. "What do you want him for?" the boy asked, obviously curious why a girl would choose Harry over him. Daphne felt the sudden need to explain the finer points of women to this lunkhead, but she had more important things to deal with. "I need to speak with him." "Is he here?" Daphne said firmly, but politely. "Yeah," the boy said, his eyes darting about. Daphne wondered what he was looking for, as he seemed to be taking in the street beyond her, which was empty. "Are you one of them?" he asked, his tone becoming a bit fearful. "One of who?" Daphne asked curiously. The boy bent forward, and whispered, "His kind." Daphne was now horribly confused, and she was beginning to get angry. Well, angrier than she already was. "Could you just please get Harry?" she snapped. She had no time for this. "Who is it, Dudley, dear?" It was a woman, likely the boy's mother. Daphne was once again surprised when the woman appeared in the doorway. She was terribly thin with an impossibly long neck, and a face that only a horse could love. How had this woman made such a child? There was no resemblance at all. Perhaps the kid wasn't hers. "I'm here to see Harry. Is he here or not?" Daphne asked, getting more perturbed. The woman stared at her for several long moments, as if trying to decide what she should do, when a third voice was heard. This one she knew, and it sent a wave of warmth through her body. "Who is it?" The woman and the boy stepped away and Harry came into view. He looked just as wonderful as always, his hair just as messy, and his amazing green eyes sparkling in the sunlight. His face changed from curious to disbelieving as he saw her. Daphne merely smiled warmly at him as he stepped forward. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked. Daphne didn't answer right away. She simply continued to look at him. Then, her smile melted away and her face contorted into a mask of rage. She balled her fist and with all the power she could muster, hit Harry Bloody Potter right in the face. Harry stumbled back, and tripped over the large boy, who was trying to get out of the way. The woman stared in horror at the Daphne's handiwork. "How dare you decide what's best for me without even speaking to me?" Daphne shouted. "I thought Draco Malfoy was an arrogant sod, but you just surpassed him. I mean, the absolute gall of you to dump me, at a funeral, no less, and not even give me a chance to express my feelings on the matter. I mean, my gods, I almost died for you. That's why Harry tried, holding his eye where Daphne had clocked him. "Shut up. You had your say, mister, now it's my turn. If you think for a second you can just walk away from me like that, you have really gone round the twist. I am not some simpering fangirl who you can use and toss away like some cheap floozy. I am in love with you, and I will fight to my dying breath for you. Even if it means fighting you." "Yes, I think you made that clear," Harry said, still holding his now pulsing eye. "You deserved it for what you did to me. Harry, you didn't even come see me in the hospital wing. I knew you were upset over what happened, but how could you think that it would all be better if you simply stayed away? It made things worse." "Excuse me." Daphne turned to see the thin woman looking out the door with a look of utter humiliation on her face. "Perhaps you can bring your, conversation indoors. There's no need to alert the entire neighborhood to your plight." "Plight?" Daphne asked, incredulous. She arched her eyebrow in a curious expression, which the woman didn't bother to notice. "No one else needs to know of your condition," the woman said with pleading eyes. Daphne turned a confused look to Harry, who mirrored her own confusion. The woman waved frantically with her bony hands for Daphne to enter the house, keeping her large eyes on the street behind her. Daphne gave a quick glance over her shoulder as she entered. Harry rose from his spot on the floor, and she followed him into the sitting room, while the thin woman escorted her son into the kitchen, and back to his meal. "What does she mean, my condition?" Daphne asked with cold eyes. "What have you told her?" "I haven't spoken to them at all since I've been home. We don't get along," Harry said, his tone bitter. "How did you find out where I lived? And how did you get here?" My father got your address, and I took the night bus here. Daphne replied. Why did she look so nervous? Daphne asked, pointing to the kitchen. My aunt and uncle are very concerned about what the neighbors think of them. They have done all they could to make everyone believe I'm some kind of delinquent. Oh my gods, she thinks you got me pregnant. Daphne nearly shouted. Her eyes were bulging and her hands shot to her mouth. Harry's eyes opened wide in horrified shock. But we never, he began. She doesn't know that, Daphne pointed out, and then began laughing. Harry could not help himself and began laughing as well. It wasn't very long before the both of them were holding their sides at the absurdity of their situation. Given how Daphne had been screaming at him, not to mention punching him in the face, it seemed a rather likely conclusion to someone who didn't know the full story. They began getting themselves under control, and Daphne began shaking her now pulsing right hand. That really hurt. I've never punched anyone before, Daphne said, still smiling. Harry looked up at her, his smile fading away to be replaced by the same hard look he'd worn at the funeral. You shouldn't be here, he said. I was being serious earlier, Harry, Daphne said, the smile still on her face. I'm not letting you go. Harry's smile faded and he fell onto the sofa. Daphne took a seat in an armchair and watched him. She could tell by his expression that he was struggling to keep his guard up, and she knew that she had to be careful here. One wrong word, and she would truly lose him. You don't understand, he began. Then help me too, Daphne pleaded. This doesn't make sense to me, Harry, and I'm not going to give up what is possibly the best thing in my life without a fight. I thought that this meant something to you as well as me, but your actions tell me different. It does mean something to me, damn it, Harry snapped. Daphne actually leaned away at Harry's retort, and Harry looked remorseful immediately. I'm sorry, you have no idea how much it hurt me to do that. To leave like that, but I have to. If you stay with me, you're going to get killed, and I can't take that. Isn't it my choice how I live my life? Daphne asked. Harry looked up at her, and she softened her gaze. Harry, life without you simply doesn't feel worth living. I'm no safer with you than without you. Voldemort knows I fought at your side, and despite your moronic noble intentions, he'll come after me eventually. It's the same for Hermione, Neville, and Tracy. We stand a far greater chance if we stand united than we do apart. And if it's my destiny to die fighting with you, then so be it. At least I'll know that I truly lived my life, and that I loved you as hard and as fiercely as any one person could love another. Harry shook his head. He could hear his inner voice laughing at him, and it irked him. She made perfect sense, and to make matters worse, he missed her desperately. He looked up at her and his heart leapt into his throat. She looked amazing, even though it was clear she was still angry at him. He knew he deserved her anger, and more. I can't, he began feebly. Damn it, Harry, I will cast a permanent sticking charm to you so you have no choice. I'm not letting this go. I love you. I love you, too, Harry admitted, his eyes filling with tears. I'm so sorry for what I did. Daphne came to his side, and wrapped her arms around him. I told you at the funeral that I understood. I know that you're hurting, Harry, and that you just want us all safe. We want the very same for you. Stop fighting all of us. Stop fighting me, and just let me help you. Let us help you. Harry allowed himself to be engulfed in Daphne's embrace. As soon as her arms were around him, the dam that he'd unknowingly been building broke away. All of the pain of losing Ron, of avoiding his friends came crashing down on him. He felt so much anger at the people who were truly responsible for Ron's death. Two men in particular, Voldemort and Dumbledore. Dumbledore, at least, was trying to make amends. I'm sorry, Daphne, Harry whispered as he got himself under control. It was just too much, and I couldn't deal with it. Daphne pulled his chin up so she could look into his eyes. You should have confided in me. There is nothing that we can't get through. But I can't do anything if you keep everything bottled up. You have to learn to trust in me, like I trust in you. Got it? Harry had to smile at Daphne's tone. It was like she were talking to a 5-year-old, which admittedly, he had been acting like. Now, are you going to key me or what? She smiled, and Harry's heart pounded in his chest. Of course, He'd been an idiot to even think of leaving this girl, who'd proven to be not only beautiful, but intelligent and powerful. Harry realized that he'd always done better with the help of his friends. Without Hermione and Ron's help, Harry would never have done the things he'd done. And if Neville, Tracy and Daphne hadn't come along with the rest of them, Harry most assuredly not be sitting here with the girl he loved so deeply now. He bent forward and captured her lips. She tasted just as sweet as she always did, and Harry cursed himself for nearly giving her up. He had been stupid, and he knew it, but he didn't want to watch her die. But she was right. It was her choice. He would just have to find another way to protect her. All of them. He realized now that Daphne wasn't the only one who he would lose this same argument to, especially if Hermione's letters were anything to go on. As Daphne didn't need to leave for home right away, the two teens spent the afternoon together. Harry took his girlfriend out to the park where he had spent much of his youth in order to get away from the Dursleys. It was strange to Harry. He had never imagined he would ever be walking down Privet Drive with such a lovely girl. She held his hand the entire time, and looked about curiously as they walked. Many of the neighbors who Harry and Daphne gave strange looks at Harry. He guessed they were possibly wondering how such an obvious troubled youth wound up with a very upstanding-looking young woman. "Why does everyone stare at you here?" Daphne asked. "I mean, I know they don't know you're famous, or anything like that, but it's like they're all waiting for you to do something. You remember what I told you at my house? They all think I'm some kind of criminal. They've told everyone I go to some school for the criminally insane, or something. Plus, I'm always wearing this crap, because I've never had clothes of my own. So it all kind of perpetuates the story." Daphne turned astonished eyes on Harry, who'd suddenly gone red in the face. "You've never had your own clothes?" It was clear to her now that Harry was embarrassed by his admission, but he nodded confirmation. "That's horrid. No one should be made to live like that, Harry. It wasn't the worst of it, but I don't want to talk about it anymore," Harry said, and Daphne respected his wish. Internally, however, she was wondering what else her boyfriend had suffered through during his youth. At 6:30, Harry and Daphne returned to Harry's house, and as soon as they entered the door, Aunt Petunia was on them. "Oh, wonderful, you're still here. Would you care to join us for dinner?" Daphne looked to Harry, who gave her a meaningful look. He had explained earlier how his relatives had flipped the personalities over the past 2 weeks in a desperate hope they might benefit from the knowledge that Harry was more than a bit wealthy. "Actually, I'd be delighted," Daphne said politely. She wanted to see more of this farce for some inexplicable reason. Maybe it was the Slytherin in her, but she just had to observe these people who had treated Harry so terribly over the years. "Wonderful." Petunia clapped her hands and led them to the dining room, where both Uncle Vernon and Dudley sat. "Ah, Harry, Emboy, who are you, lad? And who is this enchanting young lady?" Vernon said in his most polite and charming voice. This is Daphne Greengrass, my girlfriend. She goes to my school." Daphne almost missed it, the flash of fright in the extremely beefy man's beady little eyes. His hand came up as Harry introduced her, and hesitated just a fraction of a second before Vernon extended it fully. He shook her hand quickly, and then it disappeared under the table, where Daphne was sure he was wiping it off on his trousers. Harry helped Daphne into a seat before taking one of his own. Uncle Vernon looked as if he was about to ask another question when the doorbell rang. "Dudley, go see who's at the door, Popkin," Aunt Petunia said with a smile. Dudley huffed as he got up from his chair and left them. "How long have you two been dating?" Aunt Petunia gave a false sweet smile as she set a bowl on the table before her husband. "Harry is so terrible about telling us what goes on in his life." "Nearly a year now," Daphne smiled politely. She was beginning to enjoy watching Harry's relatives. She wondered how nervous they might be with two magical people at their table. It was clear they were putting on a show for her benefit, possibly trying to convince her that they were the bar by which all others should be measured. It was too bad that Harry had forewarned her. Dudley said as he re-entered the dining room. His chubby face had gone quite pale. "It's for Harry." Both Harry and Daphne stood up and made their way out to the entry hall. Daphne felt in her back pocket for her wand, just to make sure it was there. Relief washed over her as she saw who the guest was. "It is good to see you again, Harry." Albus Dumbledore smiled genuinely as he greeted Harry with a kind handshake. Neither Harry nor Daphne could truly believe what they were seeing. Dumbledore was wearing a stylish Muggle silk suit in a fine magenta. He even had a matching fedora. "And Miss Greengrass, this is indeed a surprise. It was my intention to collect you this evening, just as soon as I had retrieved Mr. Potter." "What?" Harry asked. Daphne looked as confused as Harry sounded. "Yes, you see, I have been making plans for your summer, which I hope you will find, not only informative but enjoyable as well. I've much to make up for. There have also been some other, let's call them issues. We shall speak of those a bit later, however." Dumbledore smiled. "Well, we do still need to visit the Greengrass family, so if you'd be so kind to gather your things." Harry turned and began making his way up the stairs, with Daphne on his heels. "But, they've not eaten," Petunia said from the doorway. "Mrs. Dursley, do you honestly believe that one dinner will make up for 15 years of abuse? As I told you both when I returned with Harry at the beginning of the holiday, you should have shown him every kindness from the day you took him in. Now it is all too late. Your things, Harry," Dumbledore encouraged. Harry burst into his room and with Daphne's help, picked up his trunk and returned down the stairs. "Where do you think he's taking us?" Daphne asked. "With Dumbledore, anything is possible," Harry said, unable to contain his excitement of finally leaving the Dursleys forever. "Set them on the floor. If you would free your owl, Harry, and hand her to me." Dumbledore smiled, offering his arm. Harry unlatched Hedwig's cage, and helped the snowy owl out and onto Dumbledore's arm. Dumbledore brought the owl close and whispered something to her. Hedwig gave a soft hoot, leapt onto Harry's shoulder, where she rubbed her head against his, and then took flight, sailing out of the open back door. Dumbledore then gave a flick of his wand, and shrunk Harry's belongings. "They shall be quite safe in your pocket now, I believe," Dumbledore said, and Harry bent and picked up his trunk and Hedwig's cage, which looked like they'd be quite nice in a dollhouse. "Well now, I think it best if we got under way." He gave quick nod of his head to the Dursleys, who were now all standing in the small hallway watching Harry preparing to leave. Harry turned to his relatives. He had often thought of what he might say to them on the day he would finally be free of them, but now that the moment was here, words escaped him. "Well," Uncle Vernon said gruffly, and Harry was suddenly glad that the man he'd known all his life was back. "Do try not to darken our doorway again. I think you can count on that," Harry said. "You people are disgusting," Daphne suddenly said, unable to hold her tongue. "I don't know if there is a hell, but if there is, you people have places reserved in the most awful part." "Come on," Harry said, taking Daphne by the arm. "Goodbye," he said over his shoulder. "I should have hexed them." Daphne sulked as Harry led her to the sidewalk, where Dumbledore was waiting patiently. "They aren't worth the effort," Harry said. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed, not looking at them. He seemed to be scanning the street. At once he began walking, with Harry and Daphne right on his heel. "Sir, where are we going?" Harry asked. "All in good time, Harry. It is best not to speak of such things while in the open. Do not worry though. All will be revealed to you both soon." "Ah, this way." Harry recognized the same path he had faced Dementors the year before. Dumbledore stopped just as soon as they were out of sight and held up both of his arms. "If you two will kindly take hold, we shall be on our way," he said, still keeping his eyes scanning their surroundings. Harry looked at Daphne, who shrugged, and together they moved forward, each taking one of the headmaster's arms. "This might be a bit uncomfortable," Dumbledore chuckled. Harry's knees buckled, and he let go of Dumbledore's arm, stumbling a bit to keep on his feet. His stomach lurched, but thankfully, he didn't throw up. Daphne, on the other hand, looked as if nothing had happened. She quickly looked about, wondering where they were. "Okay, I did not like that at all. What just happened?" Harry asked. "You have just apparated." Dumbledore smiled benignly. "And quite successfully, too. Most others throw up. I'm not sure that I won't." Harry groaned. "Why is it every means of travel wizards have us so damn uncomfortable?" Harry asked as he bent over, trying to stop the dizziness. "It's not so bad," Daphne said, suddenly looking at Harry and Dumbledore. "We're at my house." Harry looked up and saw that they had appeared just in front of a wrought iron gate, overgrown with ivy. Beyond, he could see a large house with white shutters. The house stood on top of a small hill covered in a very well-kept lawn. Near the front door, there were long beds of flowers that would have made Aunt Petunia gasp in desire. Daphne, smiling brightly, took Harry's hand and led her boyfriend and Dumbledore up the stone path to the house. Harry had been here once before, but had not seen the outside of the house. He thought it looked smaller than it had felt on the inside. He smiled to himself. How he loved magic. Harry was trying to catch every detail as they made their way up the short path to the front door. Daphne was positively glowing with excitement as she opened the door and called out to her parents. It was barely a second before Harry found himself in front of the Greengrasses once again. He suddenly felt a wave of guilt as he looked at Mr. Greengrass, who was eyeing him rather sternly. Harry had nearly forgotten what an imposing figure his girlfriend's father was. Professor Dumbledore. Mrs. Greengrass looked rather shaken at the sight of the headmaster escorting their daughter and her boyfriend in their home. "What an unexpected pleasure," she said kindly. Dumbledore, who had changed his rather awe-inspiring magenta suit for something more familiar, and likely more comfortable, waved away the compliment. "I am afraid this is not a social visit, as I'm sure you have already deduced." "Then, let us adjourn to the sitting room," Jonathan Greengrass said, waving his arm towards the sitting room. Dumbledore led the way, followed by Harry and Daphne, and her mother and father. When they were all seated, Franny, the Greengrass, house elf, appeared with tea service. She poured tea, and handed each of them a warm cup before disappearing again. "Would we be correct in assuming this has something to do with the events in the Ministry a few weeks ago?" Mr. Greengrass began the conversation, his tone neutral. Harry felt himself getting rather tense, especially as Daphne's father kept shooting him strange glances. "You would be," Dumbledore confirmed. "As I'm sure you have read in the papers, they are now referring to young Mr. Potter as the Chosen One. As you can guess, this will complicate his already rather troublesome life, as well as the lives of those close to him. As such, I have taken the liberty of setting up a safe and secure location where they will receive advanced study for the remainder of the holiday. With your permission, I would like to extend an invitation for Daphne to join them." "But the summer holiday has only just started," Mrs. Greengrass said, looking between Dumbledore and her husband, who looked to be mulling things over. "We've barely had any time to spend with her." Again, Harry felt a sickening weight settle in his stomach. He knew that he was the reason that Daphne had kept herself locked in her bedroom for the past 2 weeks. He avoided the eyes of all the adults now, and focused on the cup of tea in his hand. Daphne gave his other hand a squeeze, and when he looked at her, she gave him a warm smile, trying to tell him silently not to blame himself. "I must stress how important this could be. Daphne has made some very powerful enemies. While she will be away from you, you will not be completely cut off from her. She will be able to write. I also believe we might be able to arrange visitation. However, it would be problematic, at best." Quote. But Mrs. Greengrass started to speak, but her husband cut across her. "I think I see where you're going with this, Albus," Jonathan said, his eyes focused on the older man. "You want us to denounce Daphne. If the Death Eaters think we have turned our backs on her, the rest of us will be safe. They already think they'll have me on their side once they take over." "As always, Jonathan, your insight proves invaluable." Dumbledore smiled softly. "The other option would be for the entire family to go into hiding. If that is what you wish, I can help make arrangements for you all." "That won't be necessary." Jonathan waved away the offer. "I can do more if I'm still in a position to oppose legislation, or at least forestall it. What about when she returns to school? Most of the Death Eater's children are in her house. I have already made arrangements. She will be watched over very closely. I assure you both that she will be safe within the school." Dumbledore smiled confidently. Jonathan Greengrass began rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Daphne recognized the expression, as did her mother. "Jonathan." Mrs. Greengrass looked apprehensive. "Daphne, you should go and pack your things. Jonathan looked to his eldest daughter, who smiled brightly before giving the man a tight, warm hug, and running from the sitting room and up the stairs. Aurora stood and went up the stairs along with Daphne to lend a hand, and speak to her firstborn. Now that everyone knows he's back, how long do you think we have before open war is declared? Jonathan asked Dumbledore, who shook his head. I do not believe there will be an open war, the old man sighed. Lord Voldemort has learned, at last, the value of subterfuge and patience. It is my guess that unless we can unite to stop him, we will be under his control within a year's time. But, that is only an educated guess. I see, Jonathan said, his head falling forward, and his hand running through his short, dark hair. What do you have planned? For now, simply preparing those who shall be at the forefront of the conflict. Harry and his friends, and a few others. It is my hope that those who are not loyal to Voldemort will do what needs to be done. You mean the ministry? Dumbledore nodded. I think that will depend on who will be the one to step into office. Pius Thickneys is getting a lot of support. He is indeed. It is quite worrisome. Should Thickneys end up in power, Voldemort's coup will be much swifter than we should like. It is well known that he is a part of the same circles in which Lucius Malfoy associated, and I am positive there are Death Eaters, or at the least people loyal to Voldemort, in important positions throughout the ministry. Death Eaters are in the ministry? Harry asked, speaking for the first time. That is one of many rumors, Harry. Jonathan sighed, again rubbing at his chin. Whispers of sedition can always be heard within any government. Sometimes whispers need to be heeded. Dumbledore said wisely, it is my hope that Amelia Bones will be Fudge's successor. She will not go easy on captured Death Eaters, and as much as it pains me to admit, I fear that the only course of action is to be hard on those found guilty. Jonathan nodded, and sipped his tea. She already has my support. He then looked to Harry, who shuddered under the man's hard gaze. I take it by the interlocked hands and the not-so-subtle looks, Mr. Potter, that Daphne was able to convince you of your stupidity. Harry felt himself getting hot, and could only nod in response. Jonathan set his cup down, and smirked ever so slightly as he stared at his daughter's boyfriend. I must admit that I'm elated that you wish to keep her safe and out of harm. I am also glad to see you two back together. As a father, it is my deepest wish to see my daughter happy. And, I like you, Harry. I believe you have it in you to become a very great man. However, if you pull another stunt like that, and break Daphne's heart again. He didn't need to finish the threat. Harry gulped audibly at the man's glare, and looked to Dumbledore for support, only to find the headmaster admiring the pattern of the sofa quite closely. Harry nodded his understanding, and Jonathan smiled. Harry shivered again as Jonathan sat back in his seat, keeping his eyes locked on Harry. Daphne came back down the stairs with her trunk, followed by her mother, and Astoria trailing behind them. Astoria looked very different than she did at Hogwarts. He had never seen Daphne's younger sister dressed casually before. But, the young girl's ever-present smirk was there, and Harry could see that mischievous spark in her light brown eyes. The three ladies entered the sitting room, and Dumbledore rose to his feet, followed by Harry and Jonathan. Harry, may I have a word? Mrs. Greengrass asked politely. Harry nodded and followed her out of the room and down the hall. Aurora opened a door, and waited for him to come inside. Harry saw they were in the kitchen, and when he turned to face Daphne's mother, he gulped again. Aurora's ever-present smile had vanished, and her eyes were cold. The last few weeks have been some of the hardest for me as a mother. Daphne refused to speak to anyone until yesterday. All we knew was that you had ended things with her, at a funeral, of all places. Now, we did eventually learn what the reason was, and you should thank whatever gods you pray to that we actually understood what it was you were trying to do. That girl loves you, Harry. I want you to understand how precious a gift that is, so in case you ever get another idiotic thought like this in your head, you think before you act. I don't think she would run after you again. She's a special girl, and I'm not just saying that because she's my daughter. Greengrass women do not give their loyalty easily, but when they do, it's a lifelong commitment. Understood. I do, Harry said, his voice shaking. I didn't want to do it, Mrs. Greengrass, but I just wanted to protect her. It's very admirable, Harry. But, it was stupid. We are much stronger as people when we are surrounded by those who care for us. Allow her to stand at your side, and I promise that no matter what happens, you will never regret it. Harry nodded his understanding, and then felt the hair on his neck stand up as Mrs. Greengrass, eyes narrowed. A word of caution. Do not think that you're off the hook with her. And if you ever break her heart again. Mr. Greengrass already, warned me. Harry, if you break her heart again, you'll wish it had been my husband who got to you first. Aurora's smile was back, and Harry took a step back. He flinched as the woman came forward and hugged him. Watch over her, Harry. Slowly, awkwardly, Harry hugged the woman back, expecting to be hexed, but Aurora let him go, and opened the door for him to leave. Harry swore he heard his inner voice laughing, and he pictured Ron rolling on the floor holding his stomach, tears streaming from his eyes at Harry's discomfort. Ah, I take it we're ready, then? Dumbledore asked as Harry, looking severely pale, and Mrs. Greengrass returned. Daphne stood talking with her sister and father, her trunk already having been shrunken down, and tucked into her pocket. How will we be able to write to her? Mrs. Greengrass asked as she engulfed Daphne in a tight embrace. We are currently exploring a rather unique means of communication. I'm told it will be very secure, though I am unsure how long it will take to complete. Once it is finished, we will make sure you have everything you need in which to use it. Jonathan then took Daphne in his arms and whispered something to her, which made her giggle. Astoria, however, was staring at Harry, who could not help himself from looking back at her. He started to smile at the younger girl, who had been so fun to hang around the previous year, despite her annoying tendency to get involved in other people's lives. Astoria smiled back, and then, without warning, kicked Harry hard in the shin. Harry fell to the floor, clutching his injured leg. Astoria nodded her head, quite satisfied at her work. She then looked at Daphne, who looked horrified and amused all at once. Tori, Mrs. Greengrass shouted. Astoria simply shrugged her shoulders. What? He deserved it. Possibly, but that's no reason to actually injure the boy. Mrs. Greengrass scolded, though Harry thought her tone had lightened significantly. Harry felt that he now completely understood what it was to cross a member of the Greengrass family. Daphne clicked her tongue and bent to help Harry up. I think he's suffered enough, she said, winking at her younger sister, who embraced her sister once she let go of Harry. I'll miss you, too. Stay out of my room. If I do that, I won't get to read your diary. Astoria smiled mischievously. Good thing I'm taking it with me, then. Daphne gave her sister one last squeeze before Dumbledore suggested that they get moving. There was another round of farewells, as Dumbledore, along with Daphne and Harry, left the Greengrass home. Now where are we going, sir? Harry asked, hobbling along next to Daphne, who was holding tightly to his hand, and grinning at him. There is one last errand we must accomplish before I take you to your summer accommodations. One that I hope will prove most fruitful for you, in fact. As soon as they passed through the ivy-covered gate, Dumbledore held out his arms again, and waited for the teens to take hold of him. With another soft pop, the trio disappeared. The sun had only just set in the distance, and the sky was still a bright purple as Dumbledore, along with his two charges, appeared in a quiet little square. There was a small fountain surrounded by benches, and well-kept shrubbery. Harry thought it was a much nicer park than the one close to Privet Drive. This way, if you please, Dumbledore said. Harry and Daphne followed. Sir, where are we now? Daphne asked, obviously not recognizing anything. She and Harry were both trying to take in as much of their surroundings as possible, while staying close to the headmaster. Welcome to the charming village of Budleigh Babberton, Dumbledore said with one of his cheekiest smiles. Why are we here? Harry asked. I have grown so tired of saying this over the years, but it seems we are once again a member of staff short. I have an old colleague who has agreed to rejoin us at Hogwarts. We are here to finalize the contract. This way. Harry and Daphne followed Dumbledore up a long winding street. It appeared as if most of the rather nice-looking houses were deserted. It is vacation season for many of the families who live here, Dumbledore said easily, but we need not worry about those who have yet to begin their travels. I have placed a notice me not charm on the three of us. I do not think we shall have any difficulties in our journey. Ah, this way, please. They had turned up another street, which was just as quiet as the one they'd left. Why didn't we just apparate in front of your colleague's house? Daphne asked curiously, as it winded. The streets were all uphill so far, and they were becoming more difficult to traverse easily. Because, to be honest, I have no idea where he is living. I think you shall understand once we arrive. Oh, Dumbledore began to chuckle. We're here. They came to stop in front of the nicest-looking house they had seen so far. Dumbledore approached the gate, and stopped just short of opening it. He then raised his hand, and moved it slowly, almost as if his fingers were running along an invisible wall. Wands out, if you please. If I tell you, you are to run as fast as you can back to the square where we arrived. Both Harry and Daphne nodded their understanding, and very slowly and cautiously, the three of them made their way up the path and into the darkened house. It was a disaster. It looked as if there had been a battle, or at the least a difficult struggle. There were burn marks on the walls and the carpet. Bookshelves were knocked over, and the chandelier in the dining room had crashed through the table. Daphne found a large patch of blood on the wall. It looked as if someone had been hurt, and slid down the wall. This is bad, Daphne hissed. Dumbledore turned, his finger to his lips indicating they remain silent. Harry was looking at a broken desk, where many wizarding photographs lay in a pile of broken frames. He bent to inspect them closer when Daphne tapped his shoulder and pointed to Dumbledore, who stood in front of a rather hideous-looking armchair. Harry and Daphne came over to get a closer look, when Dumbledore gave a sharp poke to the chair, which actually screamed. Both teens stumbled back as a rather portly man morphed out of the chair, wearing pajamas with the same hideous pattern the chair had been upholstered with. Merlin's beard, Albus, was it necessary to poke so hard? The man said. He was quite short, with a very large belly and a thick mustache. His head was bald, and his eyes were a soft brown, which sparkled merrily. It is quite good to see you, Horace. Forgive me for asking, but was this charade for me? No, I expected you this evening of course, but you didn't say when you'd be arriving. When my intruder charm went off, I assumed it was the Death Eaters. I am sorry to have frightened you. No bother at all. Incidentally, what gave me away? The bald man asked, a fat finger tapping his chin in a thoughtful gesture. My dear friend, you forgot the dark mark. Ah, the bald man shouted. Of course, I just knew I had forgotten something. Well, would you mind helping me clear up? I would hate for the muggles who own this lovely little place to come home from vacation to find this. I would be most happy to. Dumbledore smiled, and as one, the two men began waving their wands like a couple of conductors in front of a symphony, and the whole mess cleaned itself up in a dazzling display of magic, which left both Harry and Daphne grinning like 5-year-olds at Christmas. That's done the trick. Now, how about some refreshment? The bald man smiled, and possibly some introductions. Of course, Horace Slughorn, it is my deepest pleasure to introduce you to Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass. A pleasure, sir, Daphne said. You taught my parents. Yes, I do remember your father. Member of the Wizengamot, I believe. A great pleasure to make your acquaintance, my dear. And you as well, Mr. Potter. Your mother was one of my favorite students. A delight to have in class. I wonder if you were as talented at potions as she was. Potions? Harry asked, his eyes darting to Dumbledore, who gave a slight nod. Yes, potions. I promise that you will quite enjoy my lessons, lad. Oh, I cannot wait to get back into the dungeons. Is everything in order, Albus? It is, Horace. I have secured for you a very large office, as well as a very good salary. Dumbledore said, pulling a pile of parchments out of his robes and handing them to Slughorn, who took them greedily. Ah, yes, very good. Well, then, it looks as if you have yourself a new potions master, But, what about Snape? Harry asked in confusion. Professor Snape will be taking a new post this year. Though you need not worry over such matters. Dumbledore smiled, giving Harry a look that clearly said that the matter was closed. Harry had a nagging suspicion he knew what new post his most hated teacher was going to be getting, and Harry felt anger boiling inside of him. Daphne took his hand and gave him a soft smile. He could tell that she understood what he was feeling, and knew she'd let him vent about it later. Horace, there is still one more thing you need to do before our agreement can be settled. I think it is time for you to hand over what you promised me. Dumbledore said calmly. Slughorn's smile fell at once, and his eyes darted to the headmaster and back to the now confused-looking teens. Albus, is this really the time or place? Slughorn looked sharply at the elder man. Harry thought that the new potions teacher had begun sweating. It cannot wait, I'm afraid. Dumbledore sighed. We have been over this, my friend. You will be safe at Hogwarts, and no one shall know of it, save for those we have discussed. But, Albus, the children, there. Horace, we have discussed it at length. You know what this means, and what it will mean to the cause. Without it, we are lost. Harry looked very confused now, and looked inquisitively at Dumbledore, who had not taken his eyes off Slughorn. Slughorn looked as if he wanted to protest more, but realized he had already lost. He sighed heavily and his shoulders sagged. I hope that you will not think badly of me, my boy. I had no idea what he was capable of. Slughorn said to Harry, who was now thoroughly confused. I do not think he will hold any sort of grudge, Horace. I do not believe it is in Harry's nature. In fact, once he knows the whole story, he may even thank you for your help. Dumbledore said, a new smile on his face. He had taken a crystal vial out of his robes and was holding out for Slughorn to take. Horace gave another great sigh, and took the vial, and at the same time, held his wand to his temple. Harry watched as, with a very sad expression, Slughorn pulled his wand away, dragging a long thin, silvery wisp out of his temple. The wisp came away, and Slughorn slipped the silvery strand into the vial where it coalesced into a shining silvery liquid. That's a memory, isn't it? Harry asked. Daphne looked very curiously at the vial, which Slughorn stoppered, and handed back to Dumbledore, who slipped it into his robes. It is one which I believe crucial to us. What do you mean? Harry asked. All in good time, Harry. Dumbledore smiled. For now, it is starting to get late, and I need to get you two to your summer home. Harry looked at Slughorn, who sank into an armchair, looking quite morose. He wiped at his sweaty brow with a silk handkerchief. Professor, Harry said. Slughorn looked up, shame on his face. Thank you. I don't know what it is you did for us, but I can't help feeling that it was very important. You may not feel that way once you understand, boy. Slughorn said in a hoarse whisper. Time will tell, but for now, thank you, sir. I look forward to your lessons. Me as well, sir. Daphne smiled, and Slughorn actually smiled weakly in return. I shall see you both on September the 1st, then. Dumbledore smiled and told Slughorn he expected him at Hogwarts in the next few days, and with the teens in tow, left the new potions master to rest. Sir, Harry asked when they were outside again. What was all that about? Professor Slughorn has taught a great many students over the years. He always favors those he feels have great potential to go on to great things. He helps get those students started in the careers of his choice, and then, reaps some benefits from their success. Many students are so grateful for his help that even years later, they still send him tokens of their esteem. I still don't understand, Harry said, and Daphne mirrored his confusion. Do you remember what I promised you at the end of last year? Dumbledore asked, and Harry responded in the positive. This is part of that promise. I must first inspect it, not only to make sure it hasn't been altered, but to understand it as well. If I am to help you in what must be done, I need to fully grasp what it is we are about to embark on. Dumbledore stopped and looked at Daphne. All of us. Daphne gave Harry's hand a squeeze and he turned his green eyes on her. She looked confused, and a bit frightened. This will do. Dumbledore smiled. One last time. Again, Harry and Daphne took the headmaster's arms and felt as if they were being squeezed through a garden hose. This time, when it was over, their senses were assaulted. They could hear the cry of seagulls, and the crashing of waves. The air smelled of the sea, and wind buffeted them. Now where are we? Daphne asked, a bit of excitement in her voice. A very small island, just west of Aberystwyth. Only a handful of people know of its location, and most of them are already here. Dumbledore said, "It was left to me by a very good friend, Nicholas, when he died a few years ago." Harry looked up sharply. Nicholas Flamel, the very same. He and his wife had purchased this island, and built their home on it. He left it to me, and I had, until recently, had no use for it. I believe you and your friends will find it most invigorating. Dumbledore winked, as he began leading them from the sandy beach to a stone path that was all but hidden by trees in the dark. A very short walk later, they came upon a large house. There were lights on in almost every window, and Harry swore he saw familiar people sitting inside. Dumbledore opened the door and led his two charges inside. "Albus, we weren't expecting you for another few hours." Harry leapt past the headmaster and threw his arms around his godfather's neck. Sirius held tightly to his godson, and laughed. "Good to see you, Harry. Harry's here." Sirius released Harry, and the messy-haired youth found himself being hugged tightly by Hermione, who immediately began asking Harry if he was all right, and that she had been terribly worried about him. "Daphne!" Tracy Davis screamed as she lunged at her best friend, who looked shocked to find her best friend here. "Tracy, how long have you been here? I brought Miss Davis here on the same day as Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom." Dumbledore smiled. "Miss Greengrass, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person." Sirius smiled, and gave a little bow. Daphne couldn't help the giggle that came out of her, and Harry smiled as well. "Who else is here?" Harry wondered, a look of discomfort shadowing his face. "Just me, for now." Sirius smiled. "Though we will be having a lot of regular visits. Dumbledore thought it would be good for you five to get some advanced training over the summer." "Training?" Daphne asked, casting her eyes to Dumbledore, who was still smiling. "Indeed," he nodded. "You will all be receiving advanced defense training from some trusted friends. I am hopeful that you will all do your very best. I also hope you will manage to enjoy this holiday." "How could they not?" Sirius asked, a wry smile on his face. "They have their own private island to do whatever they like. No muggles for miles, and people within the ministry overlooking their constant use of magic." "What?" Harry looked to Sirius and then back to Dumbledore. "It will all be explained later. Now, I would like a private word with Harry," Dumbledore said, and Sirius shepherded the other teens out of the entry hall. Dumbledore took Harry by the arm and led him into a small study, where he motioned for Harry to take a seat. "Harry, I promised you that I would make up for all the mistakes I made. We have a very busy time ahead of us, and quite a lot to cover. I am going to ask that you pay attention, and do your best to learn everything that we teach you." "Of course, sir." Harry nodded. "I plan for you to have private lessons with me as well. However, my schedule is rather busy, so, during the summer holiday, we will be limited in how often we can meet. Once you are back at school, we will be able to meet far more often." Harry perked up, his eyes getting a bit wider. "What will you be teaching me, sir?" "Quite a bit, actually." Dumbledore grinned under his snowy beard. "Some very advanced magic, as well as a bit of history." He reached into his robes and pulled out the small crystal vial that Slughorn's memory stirred in a silvery swirl. "This is just one of many memories I plan to show you, Harry. Together, I hope we can learn the secret to destroying Lord Voldemort, once and for all." Harry nodded enthusiastically, and Dumbledore slipped the memory back into his robes. "Harry, I want you to consider telling your friends the prophecy. I know that you feel that they would be safer avoiding you, but I think it should be quite clear that they believe differently. They believe in you, and you do them a disrespect by not trusting in them. They care for you very deeply, Harry. I know that now, sir," Harry said. He looked into the twinkling blue eyes of the headmaster and gave a small shrug. "Daphne made me see that I was wrong. I still feel like they'd all be safer staying away from me, but I don't think any of them will understand my point of view. I think they understand better than you think, Harry. I hope that you will see how much stronger you can be with their help. Now, I shall return in 2 weeks' time. When I do, I think we shall begin our special lessons. For now, I think it a good idea for you to go and spend time with your friends and Sirius, who has been deeply worried about you." Harry rose and Dumbledore shook his hand firmly. Harry smiled, feeling invigorated by what Dumbledore had promised, and he went out to the sitting room, where Hermione, Tracy and Daphne were sitting together talking quietly, while Neville and Sirius were bent over a chess table. Dumbledore's advice echoed in his mind, and his new inner voice, the one that sounded like Ron, spoke up. He's right. You owe it to them. They deserve to know exactly what they're getting into, especially after what you tried to do to them. Harry took a great breath and held it for a moment before releasing it slowly. He did owe them, Daphne especially. They had all gone with him to the ministry, and had risked their lives. They were all now going to be given special training, and they all deserved to know the real reason for it all. So, with another great sigh, Harry walked into the sitting room, and cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. I'm sorry. To all of you. I only wanted to keep you all safe. I thought that if I stayed away from all of you that the Death Eaters would leave you alone. I know now I was only fooling myself. The three girls were watching him, and Harry could see each of them were fighting tears. Neville looked up at him, a strange look of anticipation on his face, while Sirius looked as if he'd been expecting what was coming. Were you friends, Harry? Neville said, his voice soft. We're not going to give up on you. We love you. Hermione gave a watery smile, and Tracy grasped her shoulder, smiling tearily. I know that now. Harry nodded, looking pointedly at Daphne. I care about all of you so much that the thought of losing any of you the way I lost Ron. We all lost him, Harry. Neville said, rising from his chair. He was a friend to all of us, but I think I can safely speak for all of us when I tell you that we'd all do the same thing he did, just as you would for any one of us. Harry felt his throat constrict a bit as his emotion for those before him began to grip him. He took a few calming breaths, tried to get himself under control. You're not alone in this, Harry. Daphne said. She had gotten out of her seat and come to his side, taking his hand in hers, and squeezing it comfortingly. That's why it's time for you all to know why we were lured to the ministry. It's time I told you the prophecy. Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. On his desk was the stone basin in which one could view memories. The pensieve. Several crystal vials sat next to the pensieve, each filled with silvery vapor that were important pieces of a great puzzle. Dumbledore had managed to get the final piece of this puzzle, but unfortunately, it had not formed a clear picture as he had hoped. Tracking down the owner of that memory had taken just over a year. Horace Slughorn loved his comforts, and being in the spotlight due to his relationships with famous witches and wizards, all of whom he had taught years before. However, when Dumbledore came out to announce the return of the Dark Lord, Horace Slughorn all but fell off the face of the earth. Upon finding the old potions master at last, Dumbledore had immediately offered the retired professor a job, explaining he would be far safer from the Death Eaters at Hogwarts than anywhere else. He also managed to drop a few names of youngsters who Slughorn would no doubt wish to add to his collection of famous students, including the boy who lived. Negotiations nearly failed when Dumbledore asked for a favor in return. Slughorn's large round face paled, and a sheen of sweat formed on his bald head when Dumbledore explained about his research. I remember how fond you were of him, Horace. I also know that you, like so many of us, were unaware of what he was to become. I am begging you to help me in ending this war. All I need from you is your memories, Dumbledore had pleaded. He remembered how truly frightened Slughorn appeared. At first he denied knowing anything that might help the headmaster, but Dumbledore was not to be fooled. It took several weeks, but ultimately, it was a narrow escape from Death Eaters that changed Slughorn's mind. He had written to Dumbledore accepting his offer of protection. Dumbledore was unsurprised to see a list of demands, all of which Dumbledore was more than happy to meet. And so, at last, Dumbledore finally got his hands on a handful of memories featuring a young Tom Marvolo Riddle. The future Lord Voldemort, as he was in his formative years. As Dumbledore studied these memories, he saw the signs they should have all seen. He was manipulative, even as a boy. The way he was able to get people to do as he liked through mere words. It was no wonder that Slughorn was embarrassed by these memories. He'd been a fool, a puppet for Tom Riddle to make dance as he liked. But it was the last memory that both excited and worried Dumbledore. It was something he had known for 3 years now. The secret of Lord Voldemort's immortality. Horcruxes. It was Slughorn who had given Tom the answers he had sought, though he clearly had not suspected what he'd just done. Dumbledore also learned that there was a total of 7 Horcruxes. Dumbledore had a long piece of parchment next to the stone basin, on which he had many notes scribbled out. There were 2 lists at the top. One list was quite long, and it consisted of locations all over the country. Locations that to anyone else would appear benign, unimportant. Many of the locations were scratched out. Places Dumbledore had been to, and found nothing. The second list was small. A diary, destroyed. The ring of Slytherin, destroyed. The locket of Slytherin. The cup of Hufflepuff. The gauntlet of Gryffindor. The diadem of Ravenclaw. The ring of Ravenclaw. The star pendant of Ravenclaw. The serpent. Harry Potter. Dumbledore had stared at the last item on his list, a shiver of fear running up his spine. He had researched for years on the cursed means to attain immortality. One needed to split their soul by committing murder. Voldemort had proven capable of that. Dumbledore had loads of memories that proved that. The headmaster also knew that Voldemort was fond of trophies, and had also deluded himself into believing that he, and he alone, should own any artifacts from the founders of Hogwarts, as he was a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. That was the reason for the list. They were guesses of what Voldemort might have used to make his Horcruxes. He had no idea exactly what items were used, though they were very educated guesses. Dumbledore had done his research well, and had worked up a list of famous artifacts once owned and treasured by the great founders of Hogwarts. Only one item did not make the list. The sword of Gryffindor. That sword rested on the wall in the headmaster's office. He'd used it to destroy the ring of Slytherin the night he'd retrieved it. The diary he knew was destroyed, pierced by the fang of a basilisk. The others. The one item on his list that gave him so much pause for thought was the boy. Harry. Dumbledore was sure that Harry possessed a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, though he was unsure if the boy was actually a Horcrux. There were too many inconsistencies. Surely, if Harry was actually a Horcrux, there would be signs. It was true that Harry had a strange connection to the Dark Lord, and he had managed to inherit a few of the Dark Lord's gifts. It was true, but that was not enough reason to think that Harry was actually a Horcrux. Secondly, there was the fact that Harry had been bitten by the basilisk in his 2nd year. If Harry was in fact a Horcrux, the venom of the Serpent King would have destroyed it, at least, Dumbledore thought it likely. Perhaps, then, the prophecy has been somewhat fulfilled. Harry inadvertently killed Voldemort, at least the part that resided within him. There was also the fact that Harry was his own person. The boy had never exhibited any of Voldemort's personality traits. Even when he was living with those despicable people. Dumbledore frowned as he thought of the Dursleys. He shook his head to clear the negative feelings and images that sprang to his mind when he thought of Harry's relatives. It was indeed a miracle that Harry had come out of that environment as well as he had. If Harry were indeed a Horcrux, that fragment of Voldemort's soul, which Dumbledore was sure rested inside the boy, would have manifested itself long before now. Especially given Harry's home life. So, the question was, exactly how strong was that fragment of soul, and how to rid the boy of it once and for all. Maybe all they had to do would be to get a young priest and an old priest. Dumbledore chuckled to himself. If only it was all that easy. No, Harry would face the Dark Lord in the end. Voldemort was now obsessed with the youth, and it was that obsession that would keep Harry alive for a while. So long as Dumbledore could keep the boy safe, and out of Voldemort's clutches, the boy had a chance. And Dumbledore had time to do what he should have done all this time. 1 year. 1 year to correct all his mistakes. 1 year until he would leave this world. Ariana, give me strength. Dumbledore whispered. Harry lay in bed in his new bedroom, listening to the sound of the sea. He had revealed everything to his friends, expecting them to abandon him once he had finished telling all he knew. Thinking about it now, he still couldn't understand why he thought Hermione, Neville, Tracy, and especially Daphne and Sirius would leave him to his fate. Harry wondered if it had anything to do with how he'd been treated by the Dursleys. Sirius had revealed that he had known of the prophecy, but had refused to hear it when Harry's father had tried to tell him nearly 16 years ago. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to risk getting captured and having Voldemort learn it. He had grimaced at Harry. I'm sorry, kid, but remember, you're not alone, and we're all going to help in any way we can. Sirius had then went on to tell the teens just what they were in for during the holiday. Dumbledore's arranged for a few trusted Aurors to come by a couple times a week and train you all up. Starting Monday morning, you'll all start getting up at 6 and running. Mad Eye's going to be overseeing your physical training, and I'll warn you all now, he's a bit of a tyrant. All the young faces paled a bit. Sirius smiled as he went on. In the afternoons, you'll have a handful of folks teaching you different things. Dumbledore's even gone and secured permits for all of you to use magic while you're here. And I'll be teaching you some of the finer arts of Muggle combat, like sword fighting. Harry felt excitement as he and his friends gathered on the large front porch and talked about what they might be learning over their holiday. Harry had only just begun learning sword play with his godfather last Christmas, and had to admit, the knowledge had helped. Harry allowed a moment to let himself think of Lucius Malfoy shivering in a cold stone cell, staring at his stump, where his hand had once been. Harry then wondered if Lucius could have his hand regrown, since it was not magic that had cursed it off. Wormtail had received a new hand from Voldemort, but it was made of dark magic. Would the Saint Mungo's healers be able to replace a limb if it had been removed through Muggle means? So that means we have 2 days to do nothing, except enjoy ourselves. Tracy said, bringing Harry out of his wonderings, and back to the present conversation. And, I just realized I'm the only one without a boyfriend. I knew I should have flirted harder with Blaise in those last few weeks of term. You have a thing for Blaise? Daphne asked incredulously. When did this start? During the DA. Didn't you notice how often I paired with him? Tracy looked to the rest of them, all of them looking gobsmacked. When none of them answered, she threw her hands up in exasperation. Bloody love blind wankers, the whole lot of you. Yes, I have a thing for Blaise Zabini, and I think he might like me in return. All right. I like Blaise, Neville said quietly, giving Hermione a warm comforting squeeze. He's never been mean to me. He's also never spoken to you, dear, Hermione pointed out, leaning her head back and planting a soft key on her boyfriend's jaw. Neville smiled softly as he countered her point. That's not true. Neville smiled. He once asked me if I knew how to get to the astronomy tower. Wait a second, Harry said, looking puzzled. You remember one time in first year when someone asked you a question, but you can barely remember the password to Gryffindor Tower. Neville shrugged, and the others chuckled at his embarrassment. It wasn't long after that Tracy, Hermione and Neville had all excused themselves for bed. Harry and Daphne remained outside a little longer, enjoying the view of the half-moon hovering over the sea. I'm glad I got to come. I'm looking forward to spending summer with you, even if we are just learning stuff. Daphne smiled. She leaned into Harry and captured his lips softly, her arms slithering around his neck as she deepened the key. Somehow, I don't think it will all be spent training. Dumbledore won't allow it, nor will Sirius. We'll have time to just do whatever. I'm sure of it. Good. Daphne smiled. I can work on my tan. Daphne's face then scrunched, and she began to laugh softly. What? I don't have my swimsuit. I didn't know where we were going, so I didn't pack that much. I don't know that I'm daring enough to lay out in the nude. Daphne grinned. Harry felt his face getting hot as his mind pictured his stunning girlfriend laying on a beach towel, the sea air keying her bronzed skin. I don't have any swimwear either. He mumbled, which made Daphne stop laughing. She began to turn a bit red, but smiled at Harry. I guess we'll just have to make do, then, won't we? Again she reached up and keyed him lightly. Ahem. Harry and Daphne broke apart, and saw that Sirius was leaning in the doorway. I think your problems will be solved tomorrow. We've arranged for a quick trip to the mainland so you 5 could get some essentials. Tonks will be taking you to the Muggle shopping center tomorrow. Apparently, it's all on Dumbledore. He seems especially concerned that Harry gets some proper clothes, and he figured with 3 young ladies to help, it would be no problem. Harry looked puzzled. He does. Sirius nodded, his smile clearly visible in the moonlight. He's paying for it all. Daphne asked, looking rather confused. Why would he do that? Sirius merely shrugged. You ought to get some rest. Tonks will be here bright and early. Go on. Harry's room was up one floor from the others. Neville had his own room, while the three girls all bunked in one very large room with their own private bathroom. Harry would not have minded bunking with Neville, but was actually thankful for the privacy he had now. As he lay in his very comfortable bed, he kept thinking on how strange his day had been. He couldn't help but wonder what the summer had in store for him. Just as Sirius had told them, Tonks arrived bright and early the next morning, and explained over breakfast just what the plan was to be for the day. This is supposed to be the only time you're going to be off the island, so you all need to take advantage. Anything you'll need for school, or other magic needs will be taken care of. But as far as clothing and personal item, this is your only chance. It'll have to be Muggle, as well, as there aren't any magical shops in Aberystwyth. Tonks looked pointedly at Tracy, Neville and Daphne here. You have to appear as Muggles while you're in town. We're pretty certain that there won't be any Death Eaters there, but you never can tell. So do your best to blend in and not draw attention to yourselves. We have a handful of people undercover who'll be watching out for you, as well as personal escorts. I'll be going with the ladies, while you two gents will have the company of Lupin. It was then that the flow flared up, and Remus Lupin stepped out, wearing Muggle blue jeans, trainers, and a black button-down shirt and waistcoat. Looking good, Professor. Tracy smirks, and Remus gave a casual nod of thanks, returning the smile. Both Hermione and Daphne chuckled at Tracy's boldness. Running a bit late, old friend, Sirius remarked, pouring a cup of tea for Remus. Rather late night. Dumbledore had me and Moody checking out a few potential Death Eater safe houses. All of them empty. The teens all perked up at this information, and Harry was surprised that they didn't lower their voices or change subjects. Maybe they all finally realize that we're capable, and need to be informed, he thought. We'd best get moving, Tonks said, looking at her watch. I imagine the ladies will want to spend quite a bit of time in the shopping center. Aberystwyth turned out to be quite nice, for a smaller coastal community. The shopping center was nothing to scoff at, though it had nothing on London. Tonks and Remus agreed on a rendezvous, and then with waves, and a couple of keys, the males went in one direction, while the girls went off in another. Harry had never really cared much for shopping, but perhaps it was due to the fact that he never got anything. In fact, the more he thought about it, he came to the realization that when he shopped in Diagon Alley, or Hogsmeade, he rather enjoyed it. However, shopping for clothing was very different from shopping for potion ingredients, or a new cauldron. Simply put, he was clueless. Neville wasn't much better off. Fortunately for them, there was several young women working in the men's department more than eager to help them. Remus seemed more than a bit entertained to watch the young men get helped. Neville wasn't too bad off, as most of his clothing fit properly, though he did get himself some new jeans, shirts, shoes, and most importantly, swim trunks. Harry, on the other hand, ended up getting an entire new wardrobe, thanks in large part to Remus, who casually mentioned that it was high time he got clothes that had never belonged to someone else. So it was that Harry ended up getting jeans, shirts, socks, shoes, swim trunks, and most embarrassingly, underwear. The shop girls picked out nearly everything, urging him to try on as much as possible, and offering their opinions. Harry felt like he had become their personal dress-up doll. He kept shooting angry glares at Remus, who could not stop chuckling at the entire scene. Once the clothing was taken care of, Remus noted that both boys needed some other items. Toothbrushes, combs, and razors, as Remus noted that girls didn't really like the feeling of sandpaper against their skin. The shop girls agreed, and Remus made sure that both boys got the very best razors in the store. It's the least Dumbledore can do for you both, Remus muttered, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Harry made a note to question him later about it. He'd heard similar tones in Tonks and Sirius voices when the headmaster had been mentioned. Once everything had been rung up, Remus handed over what looked like a credit card to the clerk, and then, weighed down with all their purchases, Remus led Harry and Neville out of the men's department. It had been fun at first, rummaging through racks, and picking out new clothes. Even though she wasn't really a shopaholic, like more than a few girls she knew, Daphne did enjoy going out with friends and picking out new clothes. Or, she had, until they got to swimsuits. Daphne had found a few really nice bikinis, anticipating Harry's reaction to seeing her body. She had taken her selections to the dressing rooms, and taken off her shirt to try on her first selection. She stopped short as she looked in the mirror. There, just as angry-looking as the day she'd received it, was the scar she'd gotten during the night in the Department of Mysteries. It was so ugly, standing out starkly against her smooth, fair skin. Tears formed in her eyes almost at once as she looked at it, entranced by it. "I'm hideous," she thought to herself. At once her mind began picturing scenarios where Harry would finally see her disfigurement and turn away in disgust. "Come on, Daphne, let's see," Tracy called from the other side of the door. Daphne could hear Tonks, Hermione and Tracy mumbling. She imagined them all trying on great suits and commenting on how great they looked. "Daphne, we're waiting," Tonks sing-songed. Hermione chuckled at something, and Tracy guffawed. Daphne ignored it, simply staring at herself in her white bra, with that evil-looking ropey scar slashing across her chest. The door suddenly clicked, and Daphne turned quickly to see Tracy peeking inside. "Why aren't you coming?" "Oh." Tracy's eyes had landed on Daphne's scar. Her reaction sent Daphne over the precarious edge she'd been balancing on, and crumpled to the floor, clutching her arms over herself. "Oh, sweetie," Tracy said comfortingly as she entered fully. She wrapped her arms around her best friend, while both Tonks and Hermione peered in, each wearing fantastic-looking swimsuits, which only made Daphne feel worse about herself. "I'm so disgusting," Daphne beeped. "That's not true," Tracy said angrily. "Why would you even think that? Harry's going to be so grossed out." "He's going to." Hermione cut her off before she could even think of finishing her thought. "Are you out of your mind?" The bushy-haired witch looked angry. "He'd never turn away from you over something so superficial as a scar. He's not that shallow. He loves you more than anything, and he's not about to let you go over that." "But he tried to," Daphne began, but Hermione wasn't going to let her get a foothold in the argument. "And you didn't let him. I know that he wouldn't have been able to let you go, either. I bet if you asked him, he'd tell you he was going spare without you. He tried to leave because he thought it was going to protect you, not because of that," she said, pointing at Daphne's scar. Daphne began wiping her eyes, and looked to Tracy, who was smiling once more. "If you're that concerned, why not show him a bit? Talk to him about it," Tracy suggested. "He's going to see it eventually, isn't he?" Daphne blushed crimson, and Tonks chuckled. The other girls looked at her, and she shook her head. "Teenagers and hormones," she laughed. "I remember. In fact, maybe later I'll share a few stories with you three." Tonks winked. "In the meantime, I don't think these are for me." Daphne's eyes went wide as Tonks' beeps shrank a bit. Tonks smiled, and threw a wink at them before going back to her own dressing room. "She's a metamorphosis," Hermione whispered. "Oh, what I wouldn't give to be able to make my beeps bigger at will." Tracy looked envious. "Daphne, why don't you get a one-piece like me?" Hermione smiled, stepping in the doorway a bit more to show off the suit she'd chosen. "They can be just as flattering as a bikini." Daphne wiped at her eyes, and put her shirt back on. She went back out and selected some different swimsuits. The girls went on to get more clothes, and even adventured into the lingerie section. Tracy was like a kid in a candy store, especially with Tonks at her side. Hermione was a bit more conservative, and could not stop blushing the entire time. Daphne, still feeling self-conscious, didn't really bother exploring. She did select some new bras and knickers, but that was it. She could no longer imagine scenes where she might be showing herself off to Harry wearing something silky and. The rest of the day, she remained quiet and introspective, thinking only of what Harry might say or do if he ever saw what was hidden under her shirt. "Daphne, I have to tell you, I think Harry might be far more interested in your beeps than some silly line on your chest," Tracy had said at one point, trying to lift her best friend's spirits. "Got to say, the girl makes a point," Tonks said jovially as they finished up their excursion, and she handed over a gold credit card. Boys do get quite mesmerized by a girl's chest, especially if the girl lets him touch them. Daphne couldn't help but blush. She wasn't the only one, as Hermione looked scandalized. Tonks and Tracy both started laughing hysterically. The girls met up with the boys, who looked to be just as burdened with purchases as they were. "Hey," Harry smiled, keying Daphne softly. At once she felt warm as she looked into his brilliant green eyes. As she stared into his eyes, she couldn't understand why she would ever think he would abandon her over a stupid scar. For Merlin's sake, he'd lived with one on his forehead all his life. If anyone could understand, wouldn't Harry? Still, there was the smallest seed of doubt in the back of her mind, but she knew that both Tracy and Hermione were right. She would need to talk to him, or even, show him. He deserved honesty at the least. The chaperones allowed the teens to get lunch at a small restaurant before heading back to the Flamel house. Harry noticed Daphne's change in demeanor, but when he asked her about it, she simply shook her head. Harry felt it was best to wait until they were alone to try again. After putting away all of his new possessions, which he still had trouble figuring out why Dumbledore had paid for it all. Remus's words about it being the least Dumbledore could do kept repeating in his mind. What had he meant? Why had Sirius and Remus attitudes changed towards the leader of the Light? Had the headmaster admitted his failings to the order? Remus tells me you got a bit of attention from the shop girls. Sirius smirked. Harry turned and saw his godfather leaning against the door, his hands shoved in his pockets. That's the kind of thing one might use as leverage against you. A bit of blackmail material. It would be, if I had flirted with the girl, or something like that. To be honest, I was a bit frightened of her. Both of them. Harry shrugged, putting the last shirt in his wardrobe. Do you know why Dumbledore paid for all of this? Not just my stuff, but everyone. Sirius shrugged, but his eyes went dark for a second. Harry didn't miss it. What is it you're not telling me? He asked, holding Sirius' gaze. Sirius heaved a great sigh and ran his hand through his long black hair. The night after the ministry, Dumbledore called a special meeting of the Order. Tensions were already high. The six of you had proven something which many of us had been arguing for. The only way to deal with the Death Eaters is to fight them. They can't be negotiated with, or reasoned with. Dumbledore had held tightly to the idea that most of them could be turned back to the right path. Not likely. Harry smirked. Exactly. That night, Dumbledore admitted that he had failed. He'd failed all of us. He stepped down as the leader of the Order. What? Harry was completely shocked by this. Who's in charge then? Amelia Bones. Dumbledore is now acting in an advisory position. He says that he now has something else he has to sow. Something that will lead to Voldemort's downfall. He and Amelia spoke in private, and the Order is going to go after the Death Eaters, and try and thin their ranks, while Dumbledore carries out his mission. What is his mission? Harry asked, curiosity burning within him. Only he knows, and he hasn't told anyone. But I think it's a safe bet that you're a part of it. McGonagall told some of us that he's been traveling a lot. Harry sat on his bed, his mind working through all he'd just learned. Dumbledore had relinquished his leadership position to concentrate on, what exactly? Training Harry and his friends. That couldn't be it. They were going to have Moody and other people training them. Dumbledore had only said they would do stuff when they were back at school, hadn't he? I can't imagine how you're feeling, kid. Sirius sighed again, entering his godson's room at last. Like the whole world is on your shoulders. Just try to remember that you aren't alone. Neville, Hermione, Tracy, Daphne, me, we're all here for you. No matter what they throw at us, we're together in this, and none of us are going to stop fighting. Harry looked up at his godfather, who was smiling at him proudly, and nodded. There was a soft sound coming from the door. Both Sirius and Harry looked to see Daphne standing there, looking a bit nervous. Well, that's it for now, I guess. Sirius smiled knowingly. Dinner'll be ready in an hour or so. He gave Harry a pat on the shoulder and left the two teens alone. Daphne came in the room, shutting the door behind her. Are you all right? Harry asked. You've been really quiet since we went shopping, and you. Daphne cut him off by grabbing hold of his face and keying him deeply. Harry wrapped his arms around her waist and held her tightly to him. There was something in her key that frightened him. A desperation he'd never felt from her before. When she broke the key asterisk, Harry saw there were tears in her eyes. "What is it?" he asked, grabbing her arms as she tried to slip away from him. "It's stupid. I know it is, but I feel like I'm wretched." Harry's face changed to a look of utter confusion. Daphne averted her eyes from his, and pulled her hands away. She clutched the hem of her shirt, and tugged it up. Harry reached out to stop her. "What are you doing, Harry?" Just wait a minute," she said shakily. She pulled her shirt up a bit more so that Harry's eyes saw the bottom of the angry purple scar. Harry gasps, and his hand reflexively reached out to touch it. Daphne took a step back instinctively. "I'm sorry," Harry said quickly, fearing that he had upset her further. "I was trying on swimsuits, and I had forgotten all about this. Then when I saw it, I kind of freaked out. I love you, Harry, and you really hurt me. I thought that once you saw this, saw that I wasn't perfect, that you might try and leave me again." Harry lunged for her. He wrapped his arms around her tightly, and keyed her so deeply, Daphne felt her toes curling in her trainers. "I'm not going to leave you again," he said, staring hard into her eyes. "I was an idiot before, and you made me say that. So what if you have a scar? So do I." Harry rolled his eyes, and Daphne couldn't help the small chuckle that erupted from her. "At least you can hide yours." Harry grinned, and Daphne laughed again, a tear escaping her eyes. "You will always be beautiful to me. But why is it so important?" "Harry," Daphne said, rolling her eyes at him. "We're teenagers. I don't know about you, but I'm nearly 16 now, and my body is wanting to do things with you. Last year, we didn't get to explore that way other couples do, and because of that, I think we have a much stronger bond. However, I figured that sooner or later, hopefully sooner, we might." Recognition lit up on Harry's face. He looked at Daphne, who began laughing again at her boyfriend's curious and embarrassed expression. "Wow," was all he said. "I'm not going to pressure you or anything, because quite frankly, I'm not exactly sure what I'm ready for. But I hoped that we could." She felt her stomach tighten, and she looked away. She felt Harry relax a bit, and he turned her face back so he could look into her eyes. "I'm not sure what to do, or even how to begin," he admitted. "But I have to admit, I've thought about things. Really, Daphne, I'm a nearly 16-year-old boy. Of course I have. Plus, I've been roommates with Dean and Seamus. I've heard them talk. I just don't know what. Maybe this is one of those things that we just make up as we go." Daphne smiled softly. "See what happens, you know." Harry sighed, feeling a bit of relief wash over him. He nodded, and Daphne smiled softly. She lifted her head, and he captured her lips in another soft key. So it wasn't just him. Daphne wanted to take things further, physically speaking. Harry had been trying to quiet those urges for a while, unsure of what exactly they were, or why he felt the way he did, even though a part of him knew it was natural. Still, he hadn't wanted to scare Daphne. Plus the fact that he had absolutely idea what he was supposed to do to her. Part of him wanted to ask Hermione, but his utter mortification prevented him from even thinking of broaching the topic with the smartest person he knew. Then something occurred to him. In that moment, holding Daphne in his arms, and wondering just how to make things progress into the next level, he was as normal as any other boy his age. He was just a normal teenager. He smiled to himself, and buried his face in his girlfriend's sweet-smelling hair, holding her tightly, and sighed contentedly. Daphne would probably never know just how much that conversation had meant to him. The magically amplified voice belonged to none other than Mad-Eye Moody, and it had accomplished its goal. In 3 of the upstairs bedrooms, 5 teenagers quite literally fell out of their beds, scrambling in their blankets, and throwing clothes on before running like rampaging elephants down the stairs, wands in their hands. "What's going on? What's happening? You're all dead. That's what happening. Someone could have impersonated my voice and none of you would know the difference." Moody snarled, looking angrily at each one of the youngsters. "Had I been a Death Eater, you'd all have been killed. Were you a Death Eater, I doubt you would have announced yourself so loudly," Tracy remarked. The others started to chuckle, but Moody's gaze silenced them. He glared at them for a moment before continuing. Dumbledore's asked me to get you lot trained up, or style. He seems to believe you will be at the center of the war, and I tend to agree with the man on this occasion. So, we start with the basics. You're all far too slow, for starters. We're going to fix that issue right now. Out there. Moody pointed one gnarled hand out the front door towards the beach. I've set up a sort of course for you to run. Today it'll be easy because I'm only concerned about getting you to move. This island is roughly 2 miles around. You'll run it in under an hour, or you'll get extra exercise before you get breakfast. And I mean run. Get going. The 5 teens ran out to the beach as quickly as possible, none of them eager to find out what the former Auror might do to them for disobedience. They easily found the markers that Moody had set out for them and began their jaunt. Moody apparated along the course, keeping his eyes on them to make sure they didn't slow down. He even sent stinging hexes at them when they started slowing up. Thankfully they all managed to finish the run in under the time limit, though they were all completely exhausted by the effort. They collapsed in a heap on the front porch of the house, panting and gasping for breath. Pathetic. Moody growled at them. Before the summer is over, you'll be able to run that at top speed in half an hour. Even with the obstacles. Obstacles. Daphne gasped, her eyes widening in horror at the demonic grin Moody now wore. Oh yeah, lass, you didn't think I was going to go easy on you, did you? Moody chuckled manically, stumping past the exhausted teens, who could only stare at one another in fright. The delectable smell of sausages and eggs being cooked roused the tired youngsters to move again. Very slowly, they clawed their way into the kitchen, and sat wearily in their seats. Tracy and Neville both chugged their glasses of juice before refilling them and nearly emptying them again. Harry laughed out loud when he saw Hermione channeling Ron, as she shoved an entire egg into her mouth unashamedly. Hermione simply glared at her best friend, as she chewed, and cut up her sausages. Is it going to be like this every morning? Daphne asked, looking at Moody, who was leisurely stirring his tea. Lassie, you listen, and you listen good. The Death Eaters aren't going to go easy on you. They're going to do their best to kill you as quickly as possible. I plan on making it very difficult for them by making you lot use your brains. Death Eaters rely on their magic. They don't adapt well under pressure. You will. You're going to be fast, and you're going to use more than just magic to defeat them. I'm told you all started learning some sword work. Harry nodded, thinking of the sword Sirius had given him last Christmas, the one that had taken Lucius Malfoy's hand. He couldn't stop the smile from spreading on his face. Good, we'll get you all trained up in that, as well as some Muggle fighting techniques. I want you all to be able to act instinctively. The time you waste trying to think will be more time Death Eaters will have to end your lives, Moody said, lifting his teacup. It won't all be this sort of thing, will it? Hermione asked, looking to Remus and Sirius. No, you'll be getting spell training in the afternoon, Sirius said matter-of-factly. Tonks will be here today, but there will be others as well. Kingsley, Arthur, Snape. Snape. Harry dropped his fork, looking aghast. Yes, Harry, despite your feeling towards the man, he is most knowledgeable in the dark arts. Don't worry, he won't be left alone with you. We'll be watching him, Sirius said, sitting down, and filling his plate. What do you think he'll show us? Hermione asked, looking to the 3 adults, watching their faces carefully. She could see clearly that none of them were happy about Snape being allowed to teach them, much less being allowed on the island. I imagine he's going to show you lots some more questionable spells. Moody said, sipping his tea, and looking pointedly at the table, his magical eye looking out the back of his head. He gulped the last of his drink, and stood, grabbing his walking stick. Tomorrow, 6 am. I don't want to have to wake you lot up again. He growled, and stumped off. A moment later they heard the flow flare up. Eat up, you lot. You've got a lot to get through today, Remus said. Once the meal was finished, Sirius led them back outside into a large clearing behind the house. For the next couple of hours, Sirius ran them through some basic sword combat, taking time with each of them in turn so they each had a chance to practice what they were shown. They were given an hour before lunch to cool down and rest, which they all truly needed. "I don't know if I'm going to make it through the summer," Tracy whimpered. She had never felt so much pain in all her life. Her arms felt like they were filled with lead and her legs shook horribly every time she stood up. "Think of it this way, your butt is going to look amazing," Daphne quipped. Hermione even laughed, while Neville and Harry simply rolled their eyes. "No one's going to be able to appreciate it while it's hidden by my robes," Tracy whined. "We could make that portion see-through," Hermione suggested. "Exactly how see-through are we talking about here?" Tracy looked interested and apprehensive. "I'd make sure to always wear your best underwear," Hermione winked. "In that case, no," Tracy chuckled. "If this is really what Aurors go through, then I think I know why there are so few of them." "Wait, what?" Harry asked. He and Daphne had collapsed on one of the sofas together. Daphne fell over as Harry lunged forward, giving a small shriek of surprise. "What do you mean there aren't many Aurors?" Harry asked, looking at Tracy intently. Tracy missed his pointed stare, as she'd shut her eyes. "Not many people apply for the job," Neville said, getting Harry's attention. "Even fewer get accepted, and of those, well, not everyone graduates. On top of that, it's a very dangerous job," Daphne said from behind Harry, still lying where she had fallen. "The ministry has really strict standards on who gets in the program. It's one thing to become a member of the law enforcement department, but something altogether different to become an Auror. The ministry used to have quite a few Aurors, but my Gran told me that Voldemort managed to kill off more than a few in the last war. The ministry hasn't rebuilt their ranks because of their strict regulations on who they accept." Harry mulled over that information for a bit. It was no wonder Fudge wanted to deny the truth for so long. They weren't prepared for another war, and it looked likely that they would lose to the Dark Lord because of it. "I'll bet we all get offers to join the Auror Corps after we graduate." "We'll have already completed training," Hermione said flatly. Tracy chuckled, followed by Daphne. "They might take us all in even before we graduate." Neville grinned. "With Mad Eye as our trainer, and all, the new minister might ask us by the end of the year." Hermione and Harry couldn't hold it in, and began laughing with the others. The idea was so ludicrous that they couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't the idea of being offered the job. It was more the idea that the ministry would be so desperate for people trained to fight that they would start looking to school children for help. Tonks arrived right after lunch, sporting her signature spiky pink hairdo. Sitting down with them at the table, she talked to them for a bit, trying to figure out where they were in terms of skill. That discussion led to a few demonstrations, so Tonks could assess their level of power. "You're a bit further along than you're supposed to be, which means we can forego a lot of the basics." She smirked. "The first thing we're going to start with is silent casting. You'll be learning that at school this year, but there's no reason not to get a head start." Harry noted Hermione's grin at getting a jump on her studies. Even Daphne and Tracy looked excited, while Neville appeared apprehensive. Harry guessed that Neville was still suffering bouts of low self-confidence, but Harry wasn't worried. Neville was surrounded by friends who wanted to see him do well, and they weren't about to let their friend fail at anything. "We're going to start small. You're going to just do summoning spells, and we'll build on that," Tonks explained. "I want you to remember that it isn't the words so much as the intent. So focus on what you want to happen, and how it feels to cast the spell." Tonks conjured some pillows and set them a few feet away from her trainees. She turned to face them again and allowed them to begin, warning that if she heard them utter a sound, they would pay for it. Harry and the others all took at their wands and concentrated on calling the pillows to themselves without speaking. Harry remembered learning to cast this particular spell in his 4th year in preparation for the first task. Harry tried to focus on what it felt like to cast the summoning spell, and let that feeling fill him up, much in the same way that a Patronus work. Over and over, Harry repeated the incantation in his head. Next to him, Daphne had her eyes closed, her face calm and serene. Neville's face was purple with concentration, while Hermione had her eyes narrowed. Tracy's was the first pillow to move, though it was only an inch or so. After 15 minutes, Hermione was the first to get her pillow to fly into her hand. She grabbed it out of the air and screamed delightedly. Harry was the next one to accomplish a silent summoning. Well done, Tonks praised as Tracy managed at last to get her pillow to fly into her hand. Daphne followed suit, her pillow hitting her in the face. It's not funny, Daphne said, hitting Harry with her pillow. It's useless. Neville sighed heavily. Why do I have so much trouble with all of this? We're done for today, you lot, Tonks said, staring at Neville. Go on inside. Neville began to follow the group into the house when Tonks laid a hand on his shoulder. Not you, Neville, I want a word. Tonks waited until the others were inside before she spoke. You've got a lot of power within you, Neville. I can see it. Tonks smiled. Neville shook his head disbelievingly, and Tonks gave him a playful shove. I think the problem is that you compare yourself to Harry and the others. You think you need to be something other than what you are, and it's blocking your power. I also happen to know your grandmother is a bit hard on you. You need to let all of that go. I happen to know Hermione would never have agreed to be with you if she didn't see something in you. Trust in your friends, and yourself, Nev. If you do that, I think you'll be surprised at what you'll accomplish. Neville looked up at her, and Tonks smiled at him in return. You've got power, kiddo, it's time to believe in it. At that, she motioned towards the pillows they had been practicing with earlier. Neville raised his wand and took a long deep breath, letting it out slowly. He shut his eyes, focusing on his intent, imagining the pillow soaring effortlessly into his hand. Accio pillow, Neville said clearly in his mind. He opened his eyes slowly, and nearly fell to the ground as he saw 3 of the pillows soaring right at him. I told you that you could do it. Tonks laughed. Now you just got to work on focus a bit. Wow, Neville sighed, staring at the pillows that now lay at his feet. Go on inside, and remember what I told you, Neville. You can do it if you believe you can. Neville nodded and with a smile ran into the house, stuffing his wand in his pocket. That was really a nice thing you did. Tonks turned, and a shy smile emerged on her face. Her hair lengthened and turned a deep shade of auburn. She reached out and took the offered hand and melted into a warm embrace, taking in the man's smell, and committing it to memory. Do you have duty tonight? The man asked, a smile in his tone. Yes, unfortunately, but I have 3 hours to kill until then. Tonks grinned into her lover's neck. Unfortunately, everyone is still awake, and someone will notice if I disappear for too long. I don't think we need to regale them with the sounds of our lovemaking, especially not with 5 hormonal teenagers present. You coward, Tonks sighed, pulling away from her lover's embrace. Do you honestly think we're going to put ideas into their heads that aren't already there? And furthermore, why are we sneaking about, anyway? What are you so afraid of? Are you ashamed of me? As her anger rose, her hair brightened to a brilliant shade of red. No, Merlin, no. But I just don't think now is the time to announce that you and I are, the man stammered, holding up his hands in surrender, fearing the aura might hex him into oblivion if he misspoke. Shagging. Tonks arched an eyebrow. I don't see what the big deal is, Remus. Remus Lupin looked towards the door that the 5 teens had all gone into, and looked back to the young woman before him, who now had her arms crossed and a dark look on her face. I think they'd all be happy for us. In fact, I think it's high time we found out. Tonks spun on her heel and began marching for the house. Dora, wait, you don't know what you're doing. Dora, please, we have to talk about this. Remus pleaded as he followed the young Auror. Attention, everyone, Tonks shouted as she entered the house. The 5 teens and Sirius, who were all in the kitchen, turned to see Tonks standing in the doorway, looking pleased with herself. Remus and I need to tell you all something. Remus appeared just behind Tonks now, looking fearful. He was looking directly at Sirius, who looked puzzled, though a smile was beginning to form on his thin face. Harry caught the look of resigned fear on his former professor's face, and the look of triumphant glee on his godfather's mug. Oh, this is gonna be good, Harry thought, and a small smile began tugging at his lips. Remus and I have been seeing each other for the better part of the last month. We're falling in love, and we wanted to share it with you. Tonks smiled, turning to slip an arm around Remus, and pull him into the kitchen with her. Congratulations. Hermione beamed at them. Both Daphne and Tracy smiled as well. Harry nodded towards the new couple, and then turned to look at Sirius. "Well, I was wondering when you'd get around to telling everyone." Sirius barked with laughter. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the counter. "Why did it take so long?" "You knew?" Remus asked in shock. Sirius nodded, and tapped a finger to the side of his nose. "Canine sense of smell." Sirius grinned. Both Remus and Tonks turned crimson. Hermione's eyes went wide, and she covered her mouth with both hands in embarrassed horror. Daphne and Tracy stared wide-eyed at each other before breaking into hysterical laughter, while Neville looked a bit lost. Harry simply continued watching, thinking this was better than any show Dudley used to watch on the telly. "You see," Remus said, looking at Tonks. "I was never embarrassed of you, I just knew what was in store for both of us if this mongrel ever found out." "I resent that," Sirius shouted in mock offense. "You don't have to stay here with him. You won't have to put up with the torrent of bad jokes, innuendos and god-awful remarks." Remus went on, ignoring his friend's remark. "I'm sure you're overreacting," Tonks said, looking worried. "No, he's really not." Sirius laughed. "I'm never gonna let him forget what a cradle robber he is. Not to mention his befoulment of my dearest cousin. Why, the absolute horror. He will have to pay dearly for his filthy deeds." Quote. "Oh," Neville shouted, his face bright with understanding. "You smelled Tonks on Professor Lupin." "Neville," Tonks shrieked, blushing crimson. "Merlin, help me," Remus groaned, walking out of the kitchen. Tonks tried to glare at Sirius for a second before breaking into an excited smile and following behind her man. "Sirius, you aren't really going to torture him like that, are you?" Hermione asked worriedly. "Well, Hermione, think of it this way. If I don't focus my attentions on my lifelong friend there," he nodded towards the door where Tonks and Remus had disappeared through, "then I'll have to focus it on the younger couples in this house." "Ooh, I'm safe either way." Tracy grinned. "Well, when you put it that way," Hermione said, looking truly frightened. "I say have at him," Harry said, looking at Daphne. "He can take it." "Exactly, pup, exactly." Somewhere far from the Flamel house, Draco Malfoy stared out onto the grounds of his family's home, thinking of what he was about to do that night. Tonight was to be his induction into the ranks of the Death Eaters. Tonight was the first step on his road to vengeance. For far too long he's suffered embarrassment at the hands of the savior of the wizarding world, Saint Harry Potter. But the insults Draco's family suffered at Potter's hands this past month were the final straws. Draco's father was now rotting in a cell in Azkaban, and the Ministry had seized much of the family's fortune. Worse still, Draco's father had lost his hand. The story was that Potter had cut it off with a sword, himself. Potter had mutilated his father with a Muggle weapon. He hadn't even the decency to use magic, likely because Potter hadn't the power to do it. Draco had spent the final week of school planning his revenge. As soon as he stepped off the Hogwarts Express, he had demanded his mother take him before the Dark Lord. To say that his mother was shocked was an understatement. She spent the better part of 2 weeks trying to talk him out of it, but Draco's mind was made up. He wanted his revenge. At last he had finally been brought before the Dark Lord, and Draco could not remember ever feeling so much power. He saw more than a few familiar faces in the hall where he'd been brought before the greatest wizard ever known. Theodore Knott's father, both of Crabbe and Goyle's fathers. Professor Snape stood at the Dark Lord's shoulder. The scion of the Malfoy family. "Draco, it is a pleasure to meet you," the Dark Lord hissed. Draco bowed low before the robed figure, keeping his eyes low. "I thank you for seeing me, my lord," Draco said reverently. "I am told you wish to ask something of me," Voldemort asked, his voice like sun silk. "Revenge," Draco said simply, his voice cold and hard. "Revenge." Draco raised his cold gray eyes and held the Dark Lord's sinister red for a long moment. "I want to do to Harry Potter what he has done to me. I want to take away everything from him, and I want him to know it was I who bested him. I want to kill his friends, and take his lover for my own. I want to snap his wand in two and burn them before his very eyes, and then, my lord, I want to watch as you take his life." Voldemort slowly tossed his head back and laughed. He had already begun working on a plan to punish Lucius Malfoy for his failings at the ministry. He would fill the boy's head with visions of glory and send him off to die. But now, the boy's lust for revenge was so palpable, Voldemort shivered with the smell of it. "We shall speak on this matter soon, young Malfoy. But first, you shall be inducted into service." And that had been it. He had been dismissed. He had heard nothing more on the matter until that morning. His mother, looking exhausted and fearful, had informed him to prepare himself. When the sun went down, Draco's mother knocked on his door and Draco draped his robes and followed his mother down to the dining hall of his own home. The long table had been removed, as well as most of the chairs, save for the high-backed chair his father normally occupied at meals. Sitting in that chair, draped in elegant, yet simple black robes, was Lord Voldemort. His sheepskin glowed yellow from the fire nearby, his sinister red eyes watched Draco's entrance like a serpent preparing to strike an unsuspecting rodent. "Kneel, Draco," the Dark Lord hissed. Draco dropped to his knees before his new master, eyes low in subservience. The Dark Lord rose from his seat, his wand appearing in his hand as he stepped forward. Draco's heart began pounding in his chest as the Dark Lord offered his hand. Draco pulled up his left sleeve and presented his arm to Voldemort, who took it firmly in his skeletal white hand. "Do you, Draco, swear upon pain of death, to do everything I ask of you, and to forsake any and all who stand in opposition of me?" "I do," Draco said, lifting his head to stare in the Dark Lord's eyes. Lord Voldemort stabbed his wand at Draco's forearm, and Draco winced with pain. Upon his arm, spreading out from the tip of his new master's wand, were lines of purest black that slithered under his skin to form the dark mark. "Whenever you feel it burn, touch your wand to this mark, and you will be brought before me. You must come as soon as you feel it, or suffer my wrath. Now, rise." Draco stood up, just as someone stepped out of the shadows, and presented him with an ornate silver mask. Draco took it and stared in awe at his Death Eater face. Without waiting to be told, Draco slipped in onto his face, feeling it attach itself to his skin, and warming his face. "Leave us," Voldemort commanded, and Draco watched as all the assembled Death Eaters slipped out of the dining room. "I have a task for you, Draco, and there is no one better suited for it than you," Voldemort said as he returned to the high-backed chair and faced the new Death Eater. "I will allow you to get your revenge upon Harry Potter this year. You must divide him from his friends. I will supply you with anything you need at any time. But, you must accomplish one task by the end of the year. You must kill Albus Dumbledore." Draco's eyes went wide, he looked confused. "My lord," Draco began, "he will never suspect that you, a mere student, would be powerful enough to destroy him. That is his greatest weakness. I do not care how you do it, but Albus Dumbledore must die by your hands, is that clear?" "My lord, how am I to?" "That is for you to decide, Draco. It is your mission to accomplish. No one must know of it, you must do it alone. Be warned, I have eyes and ears everywhere, Draco, and I will know if you defy me. You may go, and begin preparation." Draco stood, bowing low before his master, and then turned and left the dining hall and into the waiting arms of his mother, who began to sob as she held him. Draco's confusion was too great to push her off in disgust. Kill Albus Dumbledore, the second greatest wizard of all time. While it was true that the old fool would never suspect a sixth year would even attempt such an act, there was a reason for it. No sixth year would really be capable of such an act. And then he realized that he would solidify his place in history when he accomplished it. Draco would be known forevermore as the wizard who defeated the great Albus Dumbledore. He would inspire awe in every wizard who spoke his name. He would show the world just how powerful he truly was, and no one would ever dare cross him again. He pushed his weeping mother away from him, and, with his arms still burning from where he'd been branded, Draco went to the family library and began searching for every book on dark magic. He would perfect each and every spell. He would learn the components for every poison, and when it came time to return to Hogwarts, he would kill Albus Dumbledore. In a surprise announcement yesterday morning, Cornelius Fudge resigned his post as Minister of Magic. The announcement came after nearly a month of public outcry over Fudge's dismissal of warnings about the return of He Who Must Not Be Named, as well as the appointment of Dolores Umbridge as High Inquisitor inside Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who allegedly used the torture curse on a student, as well as a fellow teacher. For nearly a year, Fudge denounced Albus Dumbledore, calling the former Chief Warlock mad and delusional for even thinking that who could possibly return from the dead. Unfortunately for Fudge, Dumbledore and Harry Potter were vindicated when He Who Must Not Be Named was spotted inside the Ministry of Magic, having apparently battled with Potter and several other Hogwarts students. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, has been named interim minister until elections can be held later this month. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror Corps, has announced his candidacy for the top job. His opponent is Pius Thicknesse from the Wizengamot. When asked if she would be also putting her name into the election ring, Madam Bones declined to comment, saying she had more important things to focus on at the moment. Indeed, this is true, as the trial of Dolores Umbridge begins next week. For more details, page 12. Is this for real? Harry looked up from the paper to Sirius, who nodded. Fudge really stepped down. The order got told last night at the meeting. Sirius smiled. Why didn't Madam Bones announce her candidacy? Hermione asked. I think she'd be a really good minister. 2 reasons. Remus said, getting everyone's attentions. Number 1, as the interim minister, as well as the leader of the order, she's going to have a very difficult time. She's now number 1 on Voldemort's hit list. And we think there are already loads of Death Eaters infiltrating the ministry. There are very few people that we know we can trust. And second, Neville pressed. She believes that the public would be better served if she continued leading the order. As the minister, she'd be restricted by laws in dealing with Voldemort. Sirius explained. The order is not condoned by the ministry, and is what the Muggles call a vigilante group. Outside of the law, as such, we aren't restricted by the rules and laws of the government. Which means what? Daphne asked, suspecting she already knew the answer. Put simply, we don't have to take prisoners. Sirius shrugged. Wait a minute, Hermione said, looking horrified. You're killing Death Eaters. Is that really the answer? Everyone looked at the bushy-haired witch, all of them wearing similar expressions. Hermione, Dumbledore would be most proud of you, but even he knows that we are at war. It's part of the reason he stepped down. He can't condone the violence he knows is coming, and has already happened, and yet, he knows better than anyone that there is no other course of action. People are going to die, and it is almost a certainty that each and every one of you will take someone else's life. There was a collective gasp from the youngsters, and both Remus and Sirius looked saddened. I'm not saying that they don't deserve it, Hermione whispered, shaking a bit in her seat. Neville reached out and ran a soothing hand up her spine, and Hermione closed her eyes at his touch. But I don't know if I can. Harry looked at his best friend and wondered if he would actually be capable of taking another human's life, even if they were a Death Eater. The image of Ron jumping in front of the curse that had been meant for him appeared in his mind again, and Harry squeezed his eyes closed. I won't let it happen again, he said to himself. Take someone's life? Remus asked softly. No one is asking you to, Hermione. But you may not have that choice. To save any one of your friends, or you family, or even yourself, there may be no alternative. We've told you all dozens of times, and you all know from personal experience how Death Eaters operate. It doesn't matter to them who you are. They will not hesitate to kill you. Daphne shivered, a cold sinking feeling in her stomach. She absent-mindedly ran a hand down her stomach over the scar that was hidden by her jumper. Her eyes distant, she remembered the moment that malevolent purple hex had struck her, and how the pain was so intense that she thought, in that brief moment before unconsciousness had claimed her, that she had just been killed. Everything had changed for her in that moment. A million regrets flashed in her mind as she had fallen to the floor. Why don't you all go to the beach for the afternoon? Dumbledore won't be here until tonight, so you may as well relax a bit. Sirius smiled. The teens had been training hard for the past 2 weeks, starting every morning at 6 in the morning. They would run around the small island, with Moody encouraging them to go faster. During the second week, he had been popping up to fire stunning spells at them. He wouldn't allow them use magic, so they had to dodge the stunners as best they could. So far, none of them had been hit, but they all knew that Moody was going easy on them. They had also started learning to fight with their hands, and other weapons, such as knives and swords. Sirius and Remus had been handling that quite well. Sirius was quite handy with edged weapons, explaining to the teens that the Blacks had once been supreme sword fighters, and passed the teachings down the line long after wizards had stopped using them. During the afternoons, they worked on spell work with Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Professor McGonagall, who had come by only twice. So far it had been somewhat easy, as they were only working on things they already knew, but were learning to cast silently. Professor McGonagall actually complimented Neville, as he was showing markedly vast improvements from what she had seen of him until now. Tonks could not hide the smile she gave to Neville, who looked thoroughly surprised to get a compliment from the normally stern teacher. Tonight was to be the first visit from Dumbledore since he'd brought Harry and Daphne here 2 weeks ago. The 510s were very curious what the headmaster would be teaching them, but welcomed the respite from an afternoon of work. Tracy was off like a shot, going to her room and changing into one of her new bikinis, grabbing a towel and a book, and heading out to the beach. "I'm going to get myself a nice tan to go with this new hot body I'm working on. Let's see Blaze resist me now," she smirked, passing Hermione and Daphne in the hall. Both girls simply stared before Daphne gave a snort, and the two girls burst into laughter. "Oh, I hope she snogs his brains out when we go back to school," Daphne said, wiping a tear from her eye. "Actually, I don't think he's going to have a choice." Hermione smiled as she began changing into a swimsuit. "With as much as she's talked about him all summer so far, I think she's going to be hunting him as soon as she gets on the train." Daphne had to laugh as the image of a primitive-looking Tracy, with war paint on her face and a bone in her hair, stalking a rather meek and unsuspecting-looking Blaze, before clubbing him on his head and dragging him off into a cave to have her way with him came to her mind's eye. "Okay, I think that does it." Hermione smiled, looking herself over in the mirror. Daphne's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when she looked up at the normally reserved girl. Hermione had tamed her bushy hair into a ponytail, and had donned a somewhat revealing bikini, which accentuated the girl's natural curves. Daphne was shocked to see that Hermione was actually quite blessed with a slim figure, and above-average chest. "Wow," she said as Hermione smiled. "So I look okay?" Hermione asked, looking momentarily embarrassed. "I want Neville to notice. If he doesn't, he's dead," Daphne remarked. "Any special reason you're attempting to cause the boy's brain to shut down?" "We've been together a long time, and I think we're at a point where it's time to, learn more about each other." Daphne couldn't help but smile, and Hermione gave her a withering look. "All right, ever since we went shopping, and you shared your concerns about Harry and getting physical, I've been thinking about it a lot. Haven't you and Neville already explored each other?" Daphne asked curiously. "Well, we've snogged quite a bit actually, but he's never tried to do anything else. He's always respected me, which I love, but that is," Hermione began to ramble a bit. "Want him to ravish you with lustful abandon." "Oh my gods, yes," Hermione sighed. The two girls began to laugh again. Hermione collected a few things into a bag, and Daphne noticed that a book was not one of them. Hermione then slipped a long t-shirt over her bikini, giving a wicked look to Daphne. "I don't want him to have a stroke right away." She winked, and Daphne laughed again. "I want to know everything later," Daphne shouted as Hermione left to meet up with Neville. Finally alone, Daphne went to her trunk and pulled out one of her own swimsuits. She didn't feel terrible daring at the moment, but Hermione's boldness had felt infectious. She had already told Harry that she wanted to become more intimate with him. Unfortunately, they had been working so hard over the past couple of weeks, that they had been too tired to even try and find time to explore that new avenue of their relationship. Perhaps now was the time. Slipping into the one piece, Daphne followed Hermione's example and took a long t-shirt that she had stolen from Harry a week ago and slipped it on over her suit. She then collected a towel and some lotion from the girls' bathroom before going downstairs to meet with Harry, who was already changed and waiting for her. They had all decided it would be fun to go to the beach, though they all wanted a bit of time alone. As the island was quite empty except for the people living on it, privacy didn't seem to be an issue. There was plenty of beach for the teens to find quiet spots for themselves. Harry offered his hand, and he and Daphne slipped out of the house together. As they walked, Daphne found herself becoming increasingly nervous. In truth, she and Harry had never truly been alone, at least not like this. They had found moments at school away from the other students, but they were still at school. Here, it was just the two of them. That frightened and excited her all at the same time. "What about here?" Harry asked, pointing out a nice spot close to the tree line, but not far from the water. Daphne noticed that they were on the far side of the island, and from there, they would be able to watch the sunset. Perfect, she smiled, and Daphne helped Harry lay out the blanket he'd thought to bring. She sat down next to him on the blanket, and keyed him softly. He smiled at her, and then looked towards the water. "Until now, I'd never been to the beach. It's much nicer than I'd imagined it." "Don't muggles go there all the time?" Daphne asked. Harry merely shrugged. "The Dursleys weren't shore people. You saw them, would you want to see that in swimwear?" Daphne shuddered, and Harry laughed, wrapping an arm around her. She leaned into him, and sighed contentedly as they sat in silence for a bit, just watching the ocean. After a bit, Daphne decided that she should take advantage of the sunshine, and their privacy, and finally took off her t-shirt, which Harry suddenly noticed. "Is that my shirt?" he asked, a curious expression on his face. He remembered buying it at the shop with the very pushy and touchy salesgirl the day they'd gone into town. Daphne Simple gave him a smile, and slipped it over her head. When she saw his face again, she couldn't help but smile. She'd seen boys look like that before, though it had never really been at her. Harry was staring openly at her, taking in her every curve. Her swimsuit was black, with some flowery pattern, and it hugged her tightly, showing off her body quite nicely. It rose very high in her hips, and made her legs look incredibly long. The back was quite low, and the front lifted her beeps a bit, giving her cleavage a nice enhancement. She turned around, and blatantly bent over to reach into her bag, giving Harry quite the eyeful of her backside. She turned and knelt beside him, seeing him trying to pretend that he hadn't just been ogling her. "Harry, it's okay to look. I want you to look at me." She grinned, taking his face in her hands. "Don't you remember what we talked about?" Harry smiled softly, and she returned it, giving him a soft key. "Would you mind?" she said, handing him a small tube of lotion. "I don't want to burn." "I didn't know wizards had suntan lotion," Harry remarked, taking the tube from her. Daphne lay on her stomach, and smiled to herself. "Make sure you get everywhere." She heard him gulp, even over the crash of waves on the shoreline, and grinned madly. "Did you really think we'd come up with potions that could regrow bones, or potions to remove warts, and not come up with something to protect us at the beach?" she asked. She didn't hear his resopience as she kind of lost herself when she felt his hands touch her exposed back. Harry was very gentle as he rubbed the lotion into her skin, taking great care to get her shoulders and arms. His hands were calloused from riding his broom, but still soft, somehow. "My legs too, Harry," Daphne reminded him, enjoying his touch intensely. Harry obeyed, starting at her ankles, and working his way back up. Daphne felt herself growing warmer as his hands climbed steadily higher up her legs, and she gave a soft beep of pleasure at his ministrations. Harry had never in his life felt so nervous. His hands were shaking, and his heart was pounding as he rubbed the lotion into his girlfriend's legs, climbing higher. He gulped audibly as he reached her soft bum, and very slowly and tentatively began to do as she asked, and make sure she was protected from the sun. He was shaking horribly, his heart pounding in his chest, and his mouth going dry. Her skin was so soft and smooth, and it felt amazing to him. Harry wondered if his girlfriend had any idea what this was doing to him. Daphne stifled a gasp when she finally felt Harry's hands on her backside. She actually bit her lower lip for a moment while Harry very gently moved his hands along the exposed portions of her rear, and when he stopped, she actually rolled her eyes in exasperation. She'd never been touched so intimately before, but she knew instantly that she liked it, and she desperately wanted more. She turned to look at Harry, who was now removing his own shirt, and Daphne felt her heart thundering in her own chest as she got a good look at Harry's torso. He was thin, as she always knew, but there was definition there. Her eyes roved hungrily over Harry's body, stopping at the very obvious point in his swim trunks. She looked away quickly, feeling her face heat up. She heard Harry lay down next to her and smiled stupidly, as Daphne realized that he had definitely enjoyed his exploration of her body. "Thank you," she smiled, turning back to face him, and keying his nose. "My pleasure." He smiled in return, a twinge of pink still on his cheeks, and Daphne thought to herself that it had been her pleasure too. For a first attempt, things had not gone too badly. Deciding that she should return the favor, and also fearing for Harry's comfort, as he was very pale, Daphne rubbed lotion into his back in return, enjoying how he purred and breathed deeply at her manipulations. Feeling adventurous, Daphne bent low, and playfully nibbled on Harry's ear. The reaction was instant. Daphne shrieked in surprise as Harry flipped her over, and slowly slid over her, a very wicked grin on his face. What surprised her even more was feeling Harry's excitement pressed against lower abdomen. She thought that she should be embarrassed by it somehow, but only found it more exhilarating. "I think I found a new fun spot." Daphne laughed as Harry stared intensely into her eyes. She pulled Harry down and very softly began to nibble on his earlobe, loving the hissing intake of breath he made. "I think it's possible," Harry sighed, his eyes a bit glassy. He pulled his ear away from her soft lips, and keyed Daphne very deeply. She slid her arms up around his neck, holding him very close to her, shivering slightly as Harry's hands crept up her sides. Daphne gripped his hair tightly, deepening the key. Her body was heating up as they melted into one another, and Daphne was truly enjoying how it felt. She felt that she was beginning to understand why other girls seemed to like this sort of thing, though Daphne could not ever imagine doing this with anyone other than Harry. "You need to come back to the house." Harry nearly jumped off of Daphne at the sound of the voice, and Daphne grabbed at the blanket to cover herself, though she was still technically dressed, and both of them looked to see a shining silver dog. It was already heading back towards the house, and they both realized it had been a Patronus. Great timing. Harry sighed heavily. "Yeah, things were just getting interesting." Daphne groaned, and Harry chuckled. He pulled her to her feet, and she wrapped her arms around him tightly. "We'll have other opportunities," he said, rubbing her back soothingly. Daphne pressed her lips to his softly. "You promise?" she asked with hopeful eyes. "Cross my heart." Harry nodded, and captured her lips one more time. "What's going on?" Neville asked as they met with Daphne and Harry on the trail back to the house. Daphne noted that Hermione looked just as upset as Daphne felt about being interrupted. They hadn't been out all that long, and Daphne wondered just how far things would have progressed had they not been disturbed. While she wasn't ready to make that big step, she felt she was ready to be more intimate with Harry. Harry only shrugged at Neville's query and the two couples entered the house. They were all surprised to find Albus Dumbledore awaiting them in the sitting room. "My sincerest apologies for interrupting your relaxation time. I know you've all been working very hard these past 2 weeks. I promise it will be made up to you." He smiled sadly. "Harry, would you please join me in the study?" Harry nodded, and with a soft squeeze to Daphne's hand, Harry and the headmaster left the others. "I thought he was going to teach all of us," Hermione said, looking very upset now. "Why don't you all get cleaned up?" Remus said as he came into the hall. "We'll have dinner soon." "What is going on?" Daphne asked, but Remus didn't answer. He simply lowered his eyes and returned to the kitchen. Daphne looked to Hermione, who mirrored her confusion. "Calm down, I'm sure we'll find out everything later," Neville said, looking at the two young women. He then led them back upstairs, both girls following the boy with mounting frustration. Tracy greeted them, wrapped in a towel. She had obviously just come out of the shower, and was pulling a pair of shorts from her trunk. She gave the other two girls a wicked grin, and plopped onto her bed. "So, let's hear it," Tracy demanded. "Oh, we have to find you a man." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Oh come on, I'm the only one here without someone to snog." Let me live vicariously through the two of you, and I swear, I will share all my naughty exploits with you both when I actually have some to share," Tracy said, looking truly pathetic. Daphne couldn't help but laugh as she patted Tracy's head and went into the bathroom. When she had rinsed off in the shower, and wrapped a towel around herself, she returned to the bedroom just in time to hear Hermione telling Tracy. And that's when the Patronus showed up. "Oh gods, I'm so jealous." Tracy, who was now fully dressed, frowned. "I'm still in shock that you let Neville get that far. I told you, I was the one leading him. He was like a little scared rabbit or something. I was scared too, but it felt so good." "Okay, I'm officially intrigued," Daphne said, sliding into a pair of shorts. "Spill it." Hermione shook her head. "Not until I hear what you and Harry got up to." Hermione grinned. She couldn't believe that she was speaking this way. She had always turned up her nose whenever Lavender and Parvati spoke like this. Yet, she couldn't stop herself. It was fun. Maybe it was Tracy and Daphne that made it fun. She wondered if she would be like this with any other girls, and she briefly thought of the way she and Ginny used to talk. They had spoken about boys many, many times, but it was never like this. It had never been so deliciously naughty. Daphne could not hide the smile that broke out on her face. She then recounted to her friends how she and Harry had walked on the beach, looking for a nice private spot, and how they had chatted for a bit before Daphne had decided to take off her shirt. "He actually looked embarrassed that he was looking me over," Daphne said dreamily. She continued on, telling them how she felt with Harry rubbing sunblock on her, and how she was intensely exasperated that Harry had stopped, and then how it felt when she spotted his arousal. "How big is he?" Tracy asked shamelessly. "Wait, stop, I don't think I want to hear any more." Hermione was blushing furiously. "Every time I see him from now on, I'm going to picture Harry all excited, and I won't be able to look him in the eyes anymore." Hermione got up quickly and ran to the shower to rinse herself. Tracy and Daphne couldn't help but laugh at their friend's discomfort, though they both understood. It was very clear that Harry and Hermione had a sibling-like affection for one another. On Hermione was gone, Tracy turned back to her best friend. "Well, I didn't actually see it," Daphne looked affronted. "And even if I did, I'm not about to measure it. Boys are already so sensitive about that kind of thing." "Okay, fine. What happened next?" There was a knock at the door, and Daphne got up. She opened it a crack and saw Neville in the hall. "Remus wanted me to tell you all that supper is ready." "Okay, thanks. We'll be down in a minute." Neville nodded and retreated down the hall. Daphne shut the door and finished dressing before going into the bathroom to let Hermione know that dinner was prepared. "Am I going to get the rest of the story?" Tracy looked desperate. "And not much else happened." Daphne smiled wryly. Things were starting to look like they might get interesting, but then the Patronus showed up, and I made him promise that we would find time to see where things might go. "Arg," Tracy grimaced. "You guys are so frustrating. I had to practically threaten Hermione to give me some details. She wouldn't tell me everything, but I get the suspicion she and Neville got a little more intimate than she's revealing. And you, I can see that you're not telling me everything." "What? How do you, why do you think that?" "Well, for one, you're blushing like mad right now. And second, the dreamy look in your eyes right now." Tracy smiled brightly as she passed her best friend and headed downstairs for dinner. Daphne, suddenly self-conscious, ran into the bathroom to look in the mirror. Tracy was right, she was blushing horribly. Harry sat down across from the headmaster, who looked very tired. "I had originally planned to ease you into all that I had to tell you, Harry. However, I do not believe that would serve you as well. So I ask that you bear with me. I will not explain everything tonight, as there is a great deal to get through." Dumbledore folded his hands and set them on the desk. Harry edged forward in his seat, listening intently. He couldn't help feeling he was about to get the answers he'd sought for so long. Dumbledore took a great breath, and looked at the young man, on whose shoulders so much rested, though he had no idea just how much depended on him. "Have you ever heard of a Horcrux, Harry?" Dumbledore began. Harry frowned and shook his head. "I would have been surprised if you had." Dumbledore smiled easily. "It is a very dark magical object, in which a person might hide a part of their soul. Harry looked confused. A part of their soul? Is that even possible? I assure you that it is. In fact, it is terribly easy to break apart one's soul. It takes an act of great evil to do it. Killing someone. Exactly. Dumbledore smiled at Harry, who looked rather proud he'd guessed correctly. Killing someone will rip a person's soul in two. Creating a Horcrux is a bit more complicated. It takes a great deal of preparation. The object in which you'd place your soul fragment must be prepared. Once it's ready, you can transfer a part of your soul into it, and then you would be, for all intents and purposes, be immortal. Voldemort made one, didn't he? That's why he didn't die the night he tried to kill me. Very perceptive, Harry. He did indeed make a Horcrux. Now, extracting a piece of your soul exacts a terrible price, Harry. It alters you in many ways, disfiguring you, as you become less and less human. Do you follow me? I think so. The more Horcruxes made, the more that's why Voldemort looks so snake-like, isn't it? Harry asked, now on the edge of his seat. Dumbledore reached into his robes and extracted a very familiar-looking book. There were several ink-stained gashes, and Harry recognized it at once. Riddle's diary. Yes, perhaps his first Horcrux. Made, I am sure, while he was still at Hogwarts. Voldemort killed someone while he was still a student. Harry looked disgusted. His Muggle father, if I am correct. Just before his 7th year. But that isn't important at this moment. What is important is that, thanks to you, this one is destroyed. I have found and destroyed a second, not long after school let out for the summer. A very rare and important artifact. Dumbledore again reached into his robes and took out a small gold ring with a large green stone, which had been cracked. Harry took the ring from the headmaster and examined it. Other than the crack in the stone, it didn't look like much. However, just as he was about to hand it back, Harry saw what looked like a letter in faint gold. The letter S. That was the ring of Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore said, leaning back in his seat. As you know, Lord Voldemort is the final descendant of the founder, and went to a great deal of effort to retrieve that particular ring in order to make another Horcrux. Sir, how many did he make? Harry asked, a bit of worry now creeping up into him. If I am correct, he made a total of 6. Dumbledore sighed. But there might be 7. You see, on the night that Voldemort tried to kill you, in the very moment that your mother's sacrifice saved you and destroyed his body, a part of his soul sought out the first living person, hoping to find a host. You, Harry. Harry dropped the ring, and stared in horrified silence as Dumbledore rose from his seat, and came around the desk. I had originally thought that you were an unwilling Horcrux, but after I researched the topic, I now believe you are merely playing host to a now weakened fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul. It is this reason that you share some of his abilities, as well as a link into his mind. Once I learned that you were not a Horcrux, it became my mission to discover how to rid you of this blight. Have you found a way? Harry asked, fighting a wave of nausea. I believe so, but first, I need to determine exactly how strong this fragment might be. I must ask you to allow me to enter your mind, Harry. I promise you that I am not searching for anything other than this soul fragment, and whatever I glimpse in your mind will never be spoken of. Harry could only nod, not really hearing what Dumbledore said. Dumbledore sat in a chair next to Harry and stared into the young man's eyes. All at once, Harry felt a soft push at the edge of his occlumency shields. He had to fight against the urge to fight the headmaster out of his head, and tried to relax. Unlike with Snape, Harry wasn't forced to watch flashes of memories. Instead he just saw the headmaster's light blue eyes. He could feel the light probing the headmaster was doing inside his mind. It wasn't unpleasant, but Harry knew that his memories and feelings were laid bare to the old man, and Harry couldn't help feeling embarrassed, especially when his afternoon with Daphne came to the forefront of his thoughts. Before Harry could clamp those images and feelings down, he felt an intense pain in his skull, and he heard the angry shrieks of something evil. Harry crumpled forward and vomited on the headmaster's robes. I think I found it. Dumbledore smiled softly, vanishing the vomit from his robes. It is indeed very weak, which makes it all the more dangerous. Can you remove it? Harry asked, still panting from being sick. I believe that I can, though it will not be easy on you, I am afraid. In fact, it may be intensely painful. Harry shook his head, trying to clear the pounding throb. He looked up at the ancient headmaster, and sighed. I want it out. I have no doubt of that, Harry. I wish you to be rid of it as well. Though, I must point out that its usefulness. With this connection, you have been able to see what Voldemort has done, thus saving the lives of more than a few people. But he was able to use it to lure me to him. Harry pointed out. Indeed. Tell me, have you had any more dreams, or visions since the night at the ministry? Harry had to think about it for a bit, then realized that he hadn't. I thought not. Voldemort learned a very important lesson that night. He cannot enter your mind without potentially harming himself in the process. Your feelings give you great strength against him, Harry. While I am willing to remove the fragmented soul from you, I must ask you if you'd be unwilling to carry it a bit longer. Harry thought hard about what the headmaster asked. It was true that the connection between Harry and Voldemort had proven useful. It still made Harry shiver to think that a part of that murdering psychopath resided inside of him. Sir, could it grow stronger? Could it take me over? Harry asked, fear in his voice. No, it is far too weak to take you over, or it would have long ago, while you were a child, still living with your aunt and uncle. It is part of the reason I know it is not a Horcrux, but instead a shadow. A wisp of the Dark Lord. Your will is much too strong for it to take control of you. Harry nodded. He still didn't like knowing he had a bit of Voldemort hidden within him. Though Dumbledore had assured him that he was safe, Harry could not help imagining the bit of Voldemort somehow gaining control of him, and making him do things. Hurting people he cared for. Daphne. Sir, I want it out. Harry said quickly. I don't care what it takes, but please get it out of me as soon as possible. Now would be preferable. Dumbledore smiled softly, and gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Very well, I shall begin the preparations. Tomorrow night, we will rid you of this soul fragment. The sunlight warmed him, though it hurt his eyes. He knew he was in his bed, and that it must be afternoon, because the sun didn't shine into his room until late in the day. He took several deep breaths, feeling for any pain. All he felt was a bit of stiffness, but nothing worse than that. In fact, he was a bit puzzled to feel a bit stronger than he could ever remember. There was something else as well. Something weighing him down. Very slowly, Harry opened his eyes, blinking in the brilliant sunlight. He tried to sit up fully, but whatever was on him prevented him from moving too much. Harry was able to move his right arm, which he took advantage of to retrieve his glasses from the bedside table. Once he could see clearly, Harry found that what was keeping him down was nothing less than Daphne, sleeping on top of his blankets, her arm draped over his middle, her dark shining hair covering her beautiful face. Daphne, he said hoarsely. His throat was terribly dry. He desperately wanted a drink, but first he had to get out of bed. He gently reached out and began shaking his girlfriend to wake her. Come on, beautiful, it's time to wake up. Daphne gave a soft groan. Nuana. She tightened her hold on him a bit, as she snuggled into his chest further. Harry couldn't help but smile at her protestations. Come on, I really need to get up. Wah, Daphne muttered, slowly lifting her head. Her dark hair hung in her face, which she brushed aside in annoyance, her eyes widening in realization when her brain seemed to start functioning properly. Harry noticed that her eyes looked a bit bloodshot, almost as if she'd been crying at some point. Harry, yeah, Harry gave a soft smile. Whose bed did you think you were in? Oh my gods, you're finally awake. She sat up and pulled him into a tight embrace. I've been so scared and worried. We all have. Dumbledore was so frightened that he'd messed everything up. How long have I been out? Harry asked curiously. 3 days. Dumbledore said if you didn't wake up today, he was going to risk bringing a healer to take a look at you. Daphne smiled, her dark eyes brimming with happy tears. Harry reached up to wipe them away, which caused his girlfriend to smile brightly. She clutched his hand, which he pressed against her cheek, sighing in contentment at the feel of his hand on her skin. She hasn't left your side. We've had a terrible time just getting her to eat. Sirius was leaning in the doorway, smiling happily at his godson. Harry was struck at how calm his godfather looked in that pose, even though Harry could see the relief in Sirius' eyes plainly. "You gave us all a bit of a fright, kiddo. How are you feeling?" "Okay, I think. I can't really remember what happened." Harry frowned. "Get dressed, we'll fill you in over dinner." Sirius nodded. "Come on, Daphne, give the boy a bit of privacy." But Daphne began to protest, but Harry cut her off. "I'm fine, I'll only be a minute," Harry whispered, his voice still hoarse. Daphne looked at him for a long moment, before nodding and slowly sliding off his bed. Harry watched her back out of his bedroom, looking as if she was worried he might simply vanish from existence. Sirius grinned as he shut the door, allowing Harry to get out of bed and get dressed in private. Harry felt stiff. His muscles felt tired and weak, almost as if he'd been immobile for years. As he dressed himself, and moved about, the stiffness lessened. He wanted to take a shower, but the noise coming from his stomach made it clear that food was his top priority. A few moments later, Harry was opening his door, only to be engulfed by his girlfriend once again. "You're acting like I died and came back," Harry joked. His smile faded away when he saw the look on Daphne's face. He was filled with a wave of anxiety as Daphne's face darkened. "You very nearly did." Dumbledore had arrived that night as he had promised Harry he would. With a swish of his wand, he removed all the furniture from the sitting room except for one of the sofas, which he beckoned Harry to lay upon. Harry was glad that Dumbledore had not excused the others, but instead asked them all to stay. Dumbledore reached into his robes and retrieved what appeared to be an ordinary goblet. Harry thought it was similar to one of those he'd used so often at Hogwarts. And yet, there was something off about this rather benign object. Something foreboding. Harry looked to the headmaster, preparing to ask about it, but the headmaster didn't give him the opportunity. "I am sorry, Harry, but I think this will be quite painful. I would ask that you try to think of something pleasant and focus on it with all your might," Dumbledore said quite sadly. He took his wand and aimed it at Harry's heart. Harry felt his pulse quicken, and he saw a look of utter revulsion on the headmaster's face. "What are you doing?" Daphne asked, worry evident on her face. Harry looked over to her, and tried to give her an encouraging look, but his heart was now racing, and he was feeling entirely too nervous. Dumbledore had not explained how they would be getting the soul fragment out of him, and had also warned him not to speak about it to his friends. "Please, Miss Greengrass, remain where you are. It is very important that you all remain on that side of the room." Dumbledore looked at Harry's friends pointedly before turning back to Harry. Dumbledore took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. The headmaster began mumbling, and Harry tried to make out what Dumbledore was saying, but it was far too soft, and the crackling of the fire drowned out most of it. The room became deathly quiet, and Harry lay back to try and relax as he'd been told to. He looked over at Daphne again, who was watching him carefully, worry reflected in her dark eyes. Harry felt himself relaxing as he looked at all his friends. He began to think how lucky he was being here with them all in this wonderful house on the beach, when suddenly everything changed. The pain was indescribable. The torture curse had nothing on what Harry felt. His joints all locked, and his back arched up so much, that Harry thought he would crush his own spine to dust. Fire was coursing through his veins, and his jaw was clenched so tightly, Harry was sure he heard teeth cracking under the pressure. The worst was the pain in his skull. It felt as if his head were only a moment from exploding. All the while, there was a constant terrible, gut-wrenching scream, that Harry was sure not his own. Daphne lunged towards Harry, but was held back by Sirius, who looked just as frightened as she felt. He wrapped his arms around the girl, as she fought to get free, and kept repeating to wait. "Let me go," she screamed. "Stay back," Dumbledore warned again. Daphne fought against Sirius's grip as she watched Harry writhe in agony. Blood began to spill out of his nose and scar, and a horrible scream began in his throat and erupted out of his mouth, causing Hermione to hold her hands over her ears. She turned away from the scene, and hid her face in Neville's chest. Neville wrapped his arms protectively around his girlfriend, but could not tear his eyes away from Harry's writhing form. Strange wounds began to on up all over Harry's body, blood staining his clothing. Neville began to step forward unconsciously, when Remus threw out an arm to stop him. Dumbledore looked horrible as he continued to mumble. It appeared to the onlookers as if he were now fighting something. His wand began to shake, and the old man grasped hold of it with both hands. "What is he doing?" Tracy whispered, tears falling from her eyes as she could only look between Harry and Daphne, who was fighting hard against Sirius to get to Harry. Remus had now stepped forward to help his friend restrain the young witch. Suddenly there was a scream that was unlike anything any of them had ever heard, and something that looked like black smoke came out of Harry's chest. Around them, windows began to crack, and things fell from the walls. The very house was shaking, and they all felt a deep fear as they watched Dumbledore manipulate this apparition that had risen out of Harry's chest. Daphne stopped struggling, frozen in fearful wonder as Dumbledore looked to be fighting against this specter, guiding it with his wand into the goblet. The old man was grimacing, and sweating as he waved his wand in several intricate patterns. The goblet began to glow with a sinister-looking red light, and the scream ended, and everything fell silent once again. Dumbledore collapsed to his knees, and Remus ran past the group to see to the headmaster. "Give me a moment," Dumbledore sighed. "See to Harry, please. He's unconscious," Sirius said. He had leapt to Harry's side, Daphne close beside him. Sirius began doing his best to mend all of the open cuts on Harry's body, while Remus rushed to fetch some potions for the boy. "What did you do to him?" Daphne asked scathingly, glaring at the headmaster, who was now climbing to his feet once again, looking very worn down. "I have freed him," Dumbledore sighed. "Please step back from him, so that I may see if he is indeed all right." Sirius pulled a very distraught and angry Daphne away again, as Dumbledore bent over the now limp form of his godson. Daphne now had tears streaming from her eyes, as she reached out to try and get to Harry. Dumbledore moved his wand over Harry's body several times, watching with great interest as his wand glowed with a faint yellow light. He cast several advanced healing spells, and suggested several restorative drafts to be used later. Finally, Dumbledore rose to his feet again, and levitated Harry's body up the stairs and into his bedroom. "You still haven't told us what you did to him?" Daphne asked, her voice low and dangerous. She was waiting at the foot of the steps as the headmaster returned. Her fists were balled up at her sides, and Dumbledore actually felt a twinge of fear as he stared into her cold dark eyes. He had to smile at the girl, as he could now clearly see the depth of her feelings for the young man on whom so much rested. "I assure you, he is going to be quite all right. If you calm yourself, I will explain everything to you all." "Let's hear what he has to say," Tracy said, pulling Daphne back into the sitting room. Daphne kept her gaze locked on the old man as he followed the two girls into the sitting room that had been restored to its normal look. Dumbledore went to the hearth, and took the gold goblet and set it on the small table in the middle of the two sofas, before sitting in the soft armchair at the end. The goblet seemed to be shaking ever so slightly. If they all hadn't been watching it so intently, they would have missed it entirely. They could all feel revulsion just looking at it, but none of them understood the reason why. "Professor, what was all that? What did you put in there?" Hermione asked, wiping her teary eyes. "What was that came out of Harry?" "That, Miss Granger, was a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul." There was a collective gasp, and Dumbledore noted that they all looked horror-stricken by his statement. Before they could ask any questions, the ancient headmaster launched into a very long explanation on how Harry had come to possess a piece of the Dark Lord's soul within himself, and how he'd been totally unaware of it for all these years. "So that's how Harry is able to see what Voldemort is doing," Sirius remarked, looking at the goblet. "That was their connection." Dumbledore nodded. "Why would anyone split their soul apart?" Neville wondered aloud. "How is it even possible in the first place? I mean, where is your soul even located?" Tracy asked, feeling terribly confused and overwhelmed. "It is quite easy to split one's soul," Dumbledore said softly. "Too easy, in fact. It takes an act of greatest evil. Can any of you guess what might be the most evil act a person can partake in?" "Killing someone," Neville said almost inaudibly. In his mind he saw Bellatrix Lestrange and how he'd shoved her own dagger deep into her shriveled black heart, taking her life from her once and for all. "Yes, and no. Killing someone will most definitely affect you, but it won't necessarily split your soul. Murder, on the other hand, will do irrevocable damage to your soul. You see, there is a fine distinction between killing someone in defense of yourself, or as an accident, and taking one's life for other purposes. Killing out of jealousy, or greed, or rage. So, Mr. Longbottom, you should not worry too much about your own soul. I believe that while you initially sought vengeance for what happened to your mother and father, I do not believe you would have killed Bellatrix Lestrange in cold blood. Dumbledore said. Neville looked up, his eyes distant and sad. He had been privately struggling with his own guilt over the incident. He knew that it was nothing less than the psychotic woman deserved, but had he truly been in the right to end her life? Who was he to play judge, jury, and executioner? Hermione pulled him closer to her, wrapping her arms comfortingly around his shoulders, placing a soft key at his temple. I told you, you could talk to me about that. She sighed. I know, it's just difficult, and this is why I do not fear for you. Dumbledore smiled softly. The guilt over taking the life of another person, even one as sick and depraved as Bellatrix was, is proof that your soul is intact. It is the deepest hope in my heart that you will never find yourself in a situation where you have no other choice. I am sure that you will all have to do what is needed to survive this war. Dumbledore said sadly, his usually twinkling eyes darkening a bit. But why would Voldemort want to split his soul? Tracy asked, trying to steer the conversation back to the original topic. She was sure she wasn't going to like this line of conversation anymore, but it was better than having to imagine killing people, except maybe Malfoy. To make this, Dumbledore motioned to the goblet. A Horcrux. No, Sirius said in shock, staring with wide eyes at the goblet. He actually made one of those disgusting things. I thought they were just something made up in a book. A sick joke. I am afraid they are quite real, and Lord Voldemort has made at least 6. I have made his 7th here tonight. One which I intend to destroy this very evening, with your help. How do you know what it is? Hermione asked Sirius, who was unable to look away from the goblet. I've told you on several occasions that the Black family is less than reputable, Hermione. Our library was filled to bursting with all manner of dark arts books. I read about Horcruxes when I was younger than you all. I don't understand, Daphne said, looking at the goblet, which she swore had begun shaking a bit more. Indeed, she noticed it was not where Dumbledore had originally placed it. Dumbledore then explained what exactly the purpose of a Horcrux was, and how he had learned of the existence of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The 4 teens and the 2 men listened intently, all looking thoroughly sickened by what they heard. You said some of them had been destroyed? Sirius asked, and Dumbledore nodded. It was Harry who discovered and destroyed the first one, though at the time he was unaware of what it was he'd truly accomplished. Even I was not certain of it, though I suspected. The diary, Hermione shouted. Very well done, Miss Granger. Were we in school, I would have awarded 10 points to you. Dumbledore smiled. You are correct. The diary that possessed Miss Weasley in her first year was indeed a Horcrux. When it was brought to me, I suspected what it might have been, and during that summer, I began my research into the subject. I have spent the last 2 years diligently trying to find any clue as to where the rest of them are. Exactly how many of them are there? Neville asked, a look of determination on his face. I am not completely sure, though I believe that there are no more than 7 in all. 2 of them have been destroyed, and after tonight, that number will be 3. It is my intent to seek out and destroy the remaining Horcruxes before Harry has to face Lord Voldemort. It is also my intention to give Harry the tools he needs to put up a good fight. I cannot guarantee the outcome, but I feel, with the 4 of you at his side, Harry will win this war for all of us. Wait a minute, Remus piped up. If Harry was already a Horcrux, why did you make a new one? Harry was not a Horcrux, he was simply a vessel for a very weak portion of Lord Voldemort's soul. Dumbledore said reassuringly. Had he in fact been a Horcrux, he would not have been Harry, but Lord Voldemort himself. As we have just established, Miss Weasley was in possession of a Horcrux in her first year. The soul that resided inside possessed her, gaining in strength as it absorbed her essence. In effect, it was trying to take her over. Had Harry actually been a Horcrux, that piece of Voldemort's soul would have taken over Harry long ago. He looked at them all to make sure they were following his explanation. That fragment of soul that resided in Harry had many years in which to take him over. The soul fragment was far too weak to actually do that. All it could do was to anchor itself to him. As Harry grew up, that soul fragment gained strength, though it was still far too small and weak to do much more than to hinder Harry's magic. Nor did it have any of the enchantments a Horcrux would have provided it to help assert itself over Harry. You see, an item that is to become a Horcrux must first be made ready through a ritual, one that needs to be done before you are able to place a piece of your soul inside. As Harry was never put through that ritual, he merely played host to that. Dumbledore indicated the goblet again. Living beings are not typically used as Horcruxes, as they are quite volatile. You would not want to place your soul inside another living being, as their soul would be constantly at war with your fragmented soul, though in the end, it is likely you would go quite mad, and the Horcrux might take over. This of course, just conjecture. Also, if that being were killed, your Horcrux would die with it. You said it hindered Harry's magic, Sirius remarked. Are you saying Harry's a lot stronger than we think? Sirius asked curiously. I think it is a distinct possibility. He has mastered charms and spells far beyond his years, and I believe that given time and proper training he quite a cunning and powerful opponent to Lord Voldemort. With this connection now broken fully, the Dark Lord will be unable to see into Harry's mind, and will be at a great disadvantage in the future. He will be quite clueless as to Harry's full potential. But he always has trouble learning new spells. Hermione pointed out, sometimes it takes him forever to get the hang of new spells. But when he does get them, they're always better than most others. Neville pointed out, there's no denying that you're usually the first to get a new spell, but when Harry does, he does kind of, beat you, in a way. Hermione looked like she was going to be upset, but her anger melted away as she realized what Neville was saying. More often than not, Harry's spell work was a bit better than hers, though he struggled to work new spells. Magic works in mysterious way, Miss Granger, but we do know that our power is focused through our wands by out intent. An organized mind such as yours will undoubtedly be able to focus their intent much easier, thereby accomplishing new spells quicker, though it will still take time to get that spell up to its full potential, as it takes time to focus one's power along with the intent. With others, they might have a much easier time focusing their magic. They will be unable to accomplish the spell, because they can't concentrate on the intent, and their magic will of course, have some rather interesting results. I suspect that Harry will have a much easier time, as I believe he has always been able to focus his intent. I believe that the soul fragment continually block his magic, so Harry would have to try much harder, thus getting great results, when he was finally able to tap into his magic. Silence fell for a moment, as they all tried to process everything they had seen and heard. How do we destroy them? Daphne asked, her tone stoic and determined. I am glad you asked that, as it is getting to be very late, and tonight's events have exhausted me. Let us take this outside, as it will be most eventful. As one, they all rose, and Dumbledore took the goblet in his hands, and led them all outside into the warm night. Dumbledore noticed how violently the cup was shaking, and knew that it must be aware of its imminent destruction. They walked until they were on the beach, and a good way away from the house. I shall ask you all to light your wands, Dumbledore said, using his own wand to drag a large stone over to him, and placing the goblet upon it. Once again he reached into his robes and pulled a long shimmering sword from underneath. That's Gryffindor's sword, Neville said, pointing in awe at the shining blade. You are correct, I have found it most effective for this task. Now if you would all take a step or two back, but please keep your wands lit. Daphne saw that the goblet had fallen on its side and was shaking quite noticeably now. Dumbledore raised the sword, and drove it down into the goblet quite forcefully. There was a blast that knocked them all off their feet, and that unearthly scream they all heard early echoed and faded away. Slowly, they all began to get to their feet again. Is that it? Tracy asked, looking around fearfully, as if she expected something else to happen. Perhaps the fragmented soul would try to find a new home within her. It is, Dumbledore said, pointing to the now mangled and smoking goblet. There was a thick, black liquid oozing from the hole made by the glimmering sword in Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore replaced the sword within his robes, and gingerly picked up the now destroyed Horcrux. "I think that is more than enough for this evening. I shall return tomorrow evening to look in on young Harry." With a soft bow, Dumbledore disappeared, leaving Daphne and the others staring at the now blackened stone in awe. "He's been in to see you every day since." Remus concluded the story, and Harry gave a great sigh. He felt such relief that they all now knew of the Horcruxes, and that he had unwittingly been a vessel for so long. He looked up at his friends and smiled at their concern. "I feel fine. In fact, I don't know that I've ever felt this good," he said, and Daphne gave his hand a squeeze. Harry leaned towards her, and she rested her head on his shoulders. "Dumbledore said that your magic was helping the potions and stuff help you to heal faster. He was really impressed," Neville remarked with a grin. "That doesn't give you license to go getting yourself hurt all year with Quidditch and whatever else you get up to," Sirius said with faux sternness. "We've all be so worried about you." Hermione smiled softly. "When you weren't awake the next day, Dumbledore thought he might have done something wrong. He kept checking you, trying to find something out of place. But it seems all you needed was rest," Dumbledore said happily as he entered the dining room where they had all just finished dinner. "It is very good to see you again, Harry." "It's good to see you, sir, and thank you for everything." "It was nothing. They all needed to know what we're up against. I didn't want you to tell them, as it was quite complex, and I wished for them to understand fully. Not that I am concerned about your ability to convey the facts." Harry waved it away. "I understand what you're trying to say, sir. Well, as I only came to look in on you, and I am pleased to find you up and about, I should be on my way. I still have much to do in preparation for the coming year. Harry, I would ask that if you feel any effects from for lack of a better word, exorcism, please notify me immediately." "I will." Harry nodded. "Are you sure you won't stay, Albus?" Sirius asked. "Maybe have a brandy, or something." A very tempting offer, but as I said, I still have much to do. "Harry, I will be back in 2 weeks for our first lesson." "I'll be ready," Harry promised, and with a polite bow, Dumbledore swept from the room. "I don't know how good you're going to feel tomorrow," Remus said, looking pointedly at Sirius, whose face suddenly darkened. "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "Snape is coming tomorrow for his first lesson with you all." Harry was not going to rest up. The very next morning he was up and running with his friends, as they dodged and wove their way through the ever-growing complexity of Mad-Eye Moody's obstacle course. They were still not allowed to retaliate during the course, but Moody continued to promise that once they made the 2-mile course in under 15 minutes, he would then allow them their wands during the course. Tonks arrived that afternoon to work them through their spell work. They had progressed far enough that Tonks was taking it in turns to duel them one-on-one. So far, none of them had beaten her, but this afternoon, she was in for a surprise. "All right, Harry, I think it's time you and I tangled horns again. Remember, non-lethal spells, and only silent casting. I hear a peep from you, and I'll make what I did to Neville look like a love hex." Neville beeped, and unconsciously rubbed his left body. Hermione giggled and nudged him playfully, causing the boy to blush crimson. Sirius and Remus had both come out to watch, and stood in silent observation as Harry and Tonks began to circle. Tonks struck first, her wand flashing forward, sending a brilliant flash of red at Harry, who rolled to the right to avoid it. He was on his feet, and casting in an instant. Tonks barely got her shield up as 3 stunners soared at her head. The force of the spells caught Tonks off guard. She couldn't remember the last time she felt stunners this powerful. The 3rd stunner shattered her shield altogether, and she had to sidestep what she thought was a levitating charm. Tonks retaliated with a series of tripping jinxes, but Harry easily dodged them. Harry moved quite quickly, and Tonks had to admit that Moody's physical training was starting to really shine through in all of them. All of the teens were moving far more than simply relying on shield charms. Harry cast a blasting hex at Tonks' feet, making the metamorph jump in surprise. Her attention distracted with trying to avoid being blown apart, she nearly fell to another stunner. Tonks cursed herself, and decided that Harry was getting a bit cocky. The Auror felt it was time to take the chosen one down a peg, but just as she was about to put her plan into action, she felt as if she'd been hit by a truck. Harry had no idea why he thought of it, but he had followed his instincts, and it had gained him a victory. He aimed his wand at Tonks, and blinded her with a Lumos spell, though he tried to make it very powerful. As Tonks stumbled, he sent a bludgeoning hex at her, and knocked her off her feet, before securing her with magical ropes, and picking up her wand off the ground. "Dora," Remus called out, and the others all rushed over to see if she were all right. "It'll be all right, so long as someone gets me out of these ropes right away," Tonks said, stinging from her loss. She had not been prepared for any of these youngsters to be able to take her just yet, though she had been going fairly easy on them. Remus removed the ropes with a finite, and helped H to her feet. Harry handed her back her wand with a rather sheepish smile. Tonks couldn't remain angry at him. The point of all this was to make them strong, and to be able to defeat their enemies. Harry had done that. The fact that he looked almost apologetic rather than smug helped to ebb her anger. "All right, you lot, it's clear you've got the simple stuff done. I think it's time we moved on to some more difficult stuff." The rest of the afternoon, Tonks began to show them some new spells to conceal themselves. The group ended making a game of hide-and-seek using disillusionment charms. At 7 that night, Snape arrived, looking just as dour and sinister as ever. The moment he laid eyes on them all, his sneer appeared on his sallow face, and when he spoke, his tone was nothing less than annoyed. "I have been asked to instruct you in some more common dark spells. This is to supposedly give you an advantage in a fight with Death Eaters. Most of which I will show you is very advanced magic, and I am doubtful that you will ever accomplish it." He stared coldly at Neville, who for the first time, did not cower under the old bat's gaze. Instead, Neville looked like he was ready to take on the challenge. "Maybe if you were a decent teacher, and truly took time to instruct us, we might surprise you." The other 4 teens turned as one, all staring open-mouthed at Neville, who was satiring coldly at Snape, who looked as if he'd just been hit over the head. "What did you say?" Snape asked, his tone cold and threatening. "I think you heard me quite clearly, sir," Neville said, his eyes narrowing. "Perhaps if you took time to truly instruct us, we might actually be able to learn what you have to teach. Or is that you truly don't know how to teach? Maybe that's why you've never been given the defense job. I will not be spoken to in such a manner, especially not by a squib." "We're not in class, sir," Neville said, taking a step forward, drawing his wand in the process. "And I am no squib. I've done things I never thought I was capable of, and I will no longer allow people like you to try and tear away my self-confidence." Snape's anger melted away a little too quickly for Harry's liking, and he wanted to warn Neville to calm down, but Snape spoke up quickly. "So, you think you've gained a bit of power? You think yourself ready to face a truly powerful Death Eater? Well then, perhaps we should see what it is Neville Longbottom can truly do." Snape's wand was out in a flash, and Neville was very nearly hit with a sickening yellow curse. Neville only just ducked, flicking his own wand at the teacher who had beaten him down for so long. The others all retrieved their wands, but Snape warned them against helping Neville out. Harry looked to Hermione, who was watching the duel anxiously. Harry knew, as did the others, that Snape was simply toying with Neville. The curses he was throwing were child's play to the former Death Eater, and Harry knew it, as did the others, but Neville was blinded by his own anger to see it. To his friends' collective surprise, Neville actually held up pretty well against Snape. He dodged almost everything thrown at him, and was able to conjure up shields when he couldn't. Unfortunately, he was never given a chance to fight back, and was kept on the defensive. Yet, through it all, Neville was actually smiling. Snape was just as surprised as Neville's friends, though he masked it well. He realized as he kept Neville moving and dodging, that by the end of the summer, if he kept working as hard as he'd been hearing the teens were, Neville might actually manage to fire off a few offensive spells, and given how deep Neville's hat of him quite logically ran, Snape shivered to think what the boy might actually hit him with, especially given the nature of what he was supposed to teach them. Snape finally managed to trip Neville, and throw a full body bind on him. Yet, Neville didn't whine, as Snape expected. He was actually smiling when he had been freed. He seemed more than pleased with himself, and Snape inwardly groaned. As if this group wasn't already so full of themselves. Snape managed to show them 2 new spells after his duel with Neville, a cutting curse that some of his former Death Eater compatriots favored in the First War, and rather nasty bone-crushing hex. Snape shivered at the thought of Neville using it on him, as the boy had a very wicked glint in his eye the rest of the evening. "You are to practice these spells every night. I shall return in a week," Snape said at the end of their lesson. "And the next time you think you can match me, Longbottom, you'd better be able to do more than dance prettily." He sneered, knowing in his heart that it was very likely the boy would do just that. The house seemed empty, except for the laughter that could be heard throughout every room. The laughter came from the courtyard which the house was built around, where 5 teens were learning the meaning of trust and teamwork at the hands of their pink-haired tutor, as 2 men stood in the open double doors, chuckling as their young charges laughed, and enjoyed themselves at the sheer silliness of their exercises. In the sitting room, the flow flared up, and Amelia Bones' shouts carried out through the flannel house. Remus, with his heightened sense of hearing, was the first to respond, with Sirius following hot on his friend's heels. They had truly hated to tear themselves away from watching Tonks run the teens through their team-building exercises, as the Auror had thought that the kids would truly enjoy an afternoon of fun. While they had enjoyed watch all the kids, both men were focused mostly on Harry, the one link they had to James and Lily Potter, 2 people who had meant so much to them, and had been taken away far too soon. Remus Lupin and Sirius Black had carried on a rather hushed conversation, both commenting on how truly good it was to see the young man, who had suffered so much, and had never really known innocence as any other child, to be acting his age. Harry and his girlfriend were almost constantly smiling and laughing. Harry joked with Daphne, Neville, Hermione, and Tracy, and even got into a few wrestling matches with Neville, or Daphne, the later of which he lost badly. The insistent and rather harried voice of their new leader tore them away from enjoying the teens being just what they were, kids. Upon seeing Amelia's face, both men realized that if she were contacting them, something big was about to happen. "Amelia, what's going on?" Remus asked. "I need you both, and Tonks to join us at headquarters right away. We've gotten some information about a Death Eater raid, and we're going to try and stop it." "I'll go let the kids know, and get Tonks," Remus said, rising to his feet. Sirius nodded. "Will I be participating?" Sirius began, but Amelia cut him off. "Yes, I also have a few matters to discuss with you, but they'll have to wait. Sirius, listen to me carefully. If Pettigrew is there tonight, I need you to put aside your personal feelings, and take him alive. Are we clear?" Sirius nodded his understanding, though his eyes burned with hatred for the fat man who'd been the cause of Harry's parents' deaths. Unfortunately, he was also the only way he could be completely cleared. Amelia had explained that she could not pardon him and be done with it. The Wizengamot would overrule her decision in the first place, and secondly, the whole of the wizarding world needed to know beyond any doubt that it had not been Sirius who had betrayed James and Lily. "Stand back, Amelia," Remus said as he and Tonks returned to the sitting room, with Harry and the others right behind. Remus was the first to step into the flames, calling out his destination. Tonks followed, leaving Sirius to give the teens some last-minute instruction. "Hopefully we won't be too late tonight. I'm trusting all of you to behave." He gave a pointed look to Harry and Daphne in particular. "Stay in the house, please. And keep on your guard. We're unplot table, and under the Fidelius charm, but you can't be too careful. Stay safe," Harry said, a bit of resentment in his tone. Sirius knew that Harry likely wanted to come along and help in the fight. Sirius could see clearly that the other teens felt the same about being forced to stay behind. Given how hard they had been training, he understood their resentment. Sirius clasped Harry's shoulder, and his face softened. "Soon enough you'll all have to fight, but it's not your time just yet. Everyone is aware how capable you are, no one is doubting that. We just want to protect you as long as we can. So, as much as you hate it, try to be understanding." Harry nodded solemnly, and Sirius patted his shoulder before he followed Remus and Tonks through the fireplace. Upon arriving at the Black family home, Sirius could not help be a bit overwhelmed. He had never seen it so full of Order members. Ever since Amelia had taken over leadership, their numbers had swelled. It was impressive how well she balanced her public face as the interim Minister of Magic and the head of a vigilante force. Sirius wondered not for the first time if it was her tough stance against the Death Eaters that made people want to fight with her, as opposed to Dumbledore's rather soft outlook. Sirius was pulled from his thoughts as Amelia called the meeting to order. "Now that everyone is here, we can begin," Amelia Bones said loudly, silencing the gathered. "Severus has provided us with information on 3 potential attacks for tonight. Severus, if you would." Snape rose from his chair and took a long breath. Sirius noticed how tired his school rival looked. As much as he truly hated Snape, he respected the man for putting his life on the line to bring them the information that would hopefully save more than a few lives. At the same time, a very childish part of Sirius wondered how truly loyal to the Order Snape actually was. The Dark Lord is frustrated. His inability to be rid of the Potter boy is becoming something more than obsession. I think that he feels that there are many who do not recognize his immense power. That, I believe, is why he is planning to attack 3 targets tonight. Or rather, his followers are going to attack 3 targets. 2 are Muggle communities, where some wizarding families reside. He is targeting Muggleborns, as we all expected. These attacks are only distractions, I think. The 3rd attack is to be on Diagon Alley. He is sending Rudolphus Lestrange to lead this operation, and I do not know the purpose. Severus, do you have any theories? Dumbledore asked from Amelia's left. Snape bowed his head wearily and gave a great sigh. I do. The Dark Lord has become obsessed with wand lore. I think he may be planning to abduct Ollivander. There were murmurs throughout the kitchen, where the meeting was taking place, and Sirius felt the same thing he was sure they all felt. Confusion. Amelia stood up, and thanked Snape for the report before silencing everyone so she could give out orders. As you can all guess, I do not plan to let Voldemort accomplish his plans. There was a small wave of shivering as the minister spoke the name. Sirius noticed it was far smaller than what he was used to seeing, and hoped that this might be a change that caught on. If fewer and fewer people feared the name, possibly more people would stand against him, and the war would end sooner. We are going to split into 3 groups, and stop each of these attacks, and we have very little time in which to move. Bill and Arthur Weasley have been making emergency portkeys for everyone, in case you are incapacitated. They will bring you right back here where healers will be waiting. There were some murmurings, but Amelia cleared her throat, getting their attentions again. If you can take prisoners, do so. There will be Aurors in each group, who will take charge of prisoners. However, if you do not believe you'll be able to subdue any Death Eaters, then don't hesitate. I must caution all of you. We are looking to take Peter Pettigrew into custody, so if you see him, do not kill him. He must be taken alive, are we clear? Everyone nodded, and Amelia gave a soft smile. She then began assigning people to one of the 3 groups, being led by Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and herself. She made a point to put Sirius in her group as her partner, which Sirius found intriguing. 15 minutes later, disguised as a married couple doing some late shopping, Sirius and Amelia strode down Diagon Alley. Amelia had done a fine job with glamour charms to disguise Sirius and herself. Sirius now had close-cropped auburn hair and beard. His tattoos were all gone, and Remus had even commented how respectable his friend looked. Amelia had replaced her monocle with a pair of dark-rimmed glasses, and her hair was now bright. They walked down the alley, hand in hand, looking for all the world as a carefree couple, browsing shops and stalls. Sirius could not stop grinning, as he was so thrilled to be out and about in the world, not to mention the anticipation of some real action. When you said I'd be your partner for the evening, I had thought you meant I'd be backing you up. If you'd wanted to hold hands, all you had to do was ask me. Ever the charmer. Amelia chuckled, her eyes scanning the passing people for any known Death Eaters. You know, I never forgot how you tried to ask me out in your 2nd year. What could I say? You were every boy's daydream back then. I had to try and get your attentions, even if you were a 7th year. I thought I might have a real shot as you were a Hufflepuff. Sirius replied. Perhaps soaking me with a water balloon wasn't the best way to get my attentions. I agree, it wasn't very well thought out. Sirius grinned. But what do you expect from a 12-year-old? I did get much better at getting the attentions of the opposite sex. So I've heard, Amelia commented, pretending to be interested in a display of robes in a window. You gained quite a reputation for your exploits during your school years, not to mention how you handled yourself in aura training. It's a shame that you lost your head and went after Pettigrew. You'd have made one hell of an aura. James was family, Sirius responded. Would you have thought clearly in that same situation? Besides, once we get that rat, everyone will know that I really am innocent. Amelia turned to look at him, with a wry smile on her face. She playfully patted his cheek as she spoke. They'll know that you're not guilty of betraying your friends, or killing those muggles. But you're far from innocent, and we both know that. Are you flirting with me? Sirius asked, taken aback, and actually enjoying the banter with Amelia. Ollivander has a customer, the minister pointed out, changing the subject. Dejected, Sirius glanced over his shoulder, and saw that indeed 2 men had entered the shop. He also saw 2 more men standing up the street a bit, one of whom he recognized. That's Avery, Sirius said. Amelia followed his gaze and saw the Death Eater, trying to look as inconspicuous as she and Sirius were trying to be. Did you see who went into the shop? She asked, and Sirius had to shake his head. Think we should take a look? Sirius asked. Amelia thought for just a second before nodding. Together they drew their wands and marched towards the wand shop. Just as they reached the door, chaos exploded around them. Screams erupted as several curses flew through the air, smashing into buildings, and blowing craters in the street. All around Sirius and Amelia, people began running in all directions. The flurry of movement made it difficult to see where the spells were coming from. They were forced to take cover behind a large sign for a sale on potion supplies. This isn't going to hold very long, Sirius remarked. We need to get inside the shop, before they get away. Amelia shouted over the noise. Sirius didn't hesitate. He was moving as fast as he could right towards Ollivander's shop, kicking the door down. Both he and Madame Bones stormed inside to find themselves ducking out of the path of 2 killing curses. Please help, Ollivander cried out. There was a soft thud, and Sirius chanced a peek over the counter to see the old man doubled over, while a man he didn't recognize stood over him. The other man aimed his wand at the counter, and Sirius ducked just in time to avoid a blasting hex. The counter erupted in splinters. Greetings, Rudolphus, Sirius called out. Been a long time. Sorry to hear about your wife's passing. Who are you? Rudolphus Lestrange asked angrily. He had once been a very suave and handsome individual. He, not unlike Lucius Malfoy, had been very well thought of in the wizarding world, thanks to his family name, and the large amounts of gold he used to get his way. However, the years in Azkaban had robbed him of his looks, and the Wizengamot had seized all his family assets upon his conviction. He was a rather imposing figure, despite his long years in prison. His once luscious mane of midnight black hair now hung in graying thin strands in front of his gaunt face. His eyes were sunken, much as Sirius' own had been, though Rudolphus were filled with murderous anger. Sirius remembered Dumbledore bringing Neville to the Flamel House, and explaining Rudolphus' vendetta against He-Boy. As that Black, Sirius Black, well, what a surprise. Dumbledore finally let you off the chain, then. And who's that with you? Another blood traitor, or just some mudblood trollop? You're not getting out of here alive, Sirius shouted, trying to position himself for a strike. He was sure that Rudolphus was just waiting for him to peek out again. Sirius knew he and Amelia were pinned down where they were. Fortunately, the Death Eaters only had one way out of the shop, and it meant coming past them. It's not too late, Black. The Dark Lord would welcome you, Black. The world is about to change. Are you sure you want to be on the losing side? Keep him talking, Amelia whispered. Sirius saw that she had gotten her feet under her, and was edging along the counter, trying to get a good look at their adversaries. Sirius guessed that the other members of the Order were still locked in combat with the Death Eaters if the explosions and screams were any indication. I don't think so, Sirius remarked. I understand the health plan is shite. Reducto. Sirius ducked down, and felt Amelia flatten herself on the floor as more of the counter disintegrated. Sirius took advantage and sent a couple of stunners around the corner. He heard one of the men give a grimace, and wondered if he'd managed to hit him. Clown shoes, black, why not try and aim? Rudolphus taunted. If you let us get out of here, I promise to kill you quickly. Not much incentive for us. Amelia jumped up and fired a wave of spells, causing Rudolphus and his partner to scramble for cover. Sirius leaned around the corner, and thinking quickly, summoned Ollivander to him. The old man, looking quite surprised to find himself sliding across the floor. No, Rudolphus screamed, and fired a cutting curse at Sirius, who scrambled back around the corner. He heard the old man crash on the other side of the counter, and could hear him whimper. 2 more curses slammed into the floor right next to him, and Sirius had to scramble back. I almost had him, Sirius said to Amelia. On 2, Amelia said, and she counted down. She shot up, firing off spells towards the shelves of wands, where the Death Eaters took cover. Sirius took aim, and with a shout of "Defendo," was rewarded with a shout of pain, and the sight of Rudolphus Buddy's hand being ripped up. Hey Rudy, my aim seems to be improving, Sirius shouted merrily. The man stumbled stupidly on his feet, in shock of what had just happened, which allowed for Amelia to stun the man. Both of them took cover again as Rudolphus came out from behind his hiding spot, firing a volley of very nasty spells. They could hear him coming closer, and Sirius knew he had to act if they were going to get the old wandmaker out of there. Sirius jumped up and over the counter, hoping to surprise the Death Eater, but was hit in the face with a revulsion jinx, which launched him right through the storefront window and back into the alley. He landed hard on the cobblestone street, his back screaming in agony. He noticed that the alley was much quieter than it had been moments before, and he heard shouts of people running towards him. He turned his head quickly and saw that Remus and Tonks were both running towards him. Cursing, Sirius got to his feet, planning on heading back into the store, but stopped when Amelia stepped out, looking thoroughly defeated. They got him. Rudolphus took him. He had a portkey. Draco shuddered uncontrollably as he beheld the sight before him. He'd been summoned to the dining hall of Malfoy Manor, along with other Death Eaters. He had known there was to be attacks, but he had not been allowed to go along. So, he'd returned to his preparations for the coming year. Voldemort didn't care to hear the reports of that evening's operations. He had only wished to divide the Order and the Ministry's forces. It had succeeded. Before him knelt the frail form of the man who had sold him his wand so many, many years ago. Mr. Ollivander, I am most privileged to have you before me this evening. I have quite a few questions for you, but it must wait for now. Draco had been spending every waking moment reading every book in the family library. He was also reading up on ways to repair magical items. His new master had instructed him to repair a magical vanishing cabinet which resided within Hogwarts. Lord Voldemort himself had informed him of its existence, and how to get into the room where it resided. According to the Dark Lord, another cabinet was in the possession of that slimeball Borgin in Nocturne Alley. He had been informed to keep it safe, and not sell it, or he would suffer the consequences. He'd also been receiving special instruction from several high-ranking Death Eaters. His mother had started to hover about him. Many times when he'd thought he was alone, he would look up from his books to see her lingering in the doorway, simply watching him. Draco had taken to ignoring it, as whenever he asked what she wanted, she would say nothing, and walk away, only to appear a bit later, just staring. It was most disturbing, but he was now able to shut it out of his mind. He had learned focus, and he could not wait to get back into Hogwarts to show the lesser wizards what he was truly capable of. Now, however, all of his daydreams, and fantasies of revenge, and dominance were washed away by the feeble cries of a broken-down old man, who hung helplessly in the air, spinning for all of the Death Eaters to see. The man who had sold nearly everyone in the room their wands. Ollivander. I am most pleased, Rudolphus. Most pleased. Let it never be said that Lord Voldemort does not reward for success. You shall lead my forces into Hogwarts when young Malfoy is succeeded in his mission. You shall have Neville Longbottom for yourself. Rudolphus Lestrange bowed low before his master, a wicked smile on his sinister face. Malfoy had received tutelage from Lestrange, and though it had been informative, Draco found the man to be disgusting. His flesh crawled whenever the man spoke, and he felt his stomach turn with every syllable. "I shall help the boy in any way I can, my lord. I know how important this task to be, though I do not know what it is," Rudolphus said. "You will do no such thing," Voldemort hissed. "The task is Malloy's alone." Voldemort turned his sinister red eyes to the young scion of the name Malfoy. "I trust you have been working hard to prepare for your return to Hogwarts." Draco gulped and nodded. He couldn't understand the power his new master had to make him feel insignificant and weak whenever he stood before his master. Was it just the power the Dark Lord radiated, or was it something else? A curse upon all who carried the mark. He needed to learn it. He wanted to feel the superiority he knew his master must feel. He craved it. It was like a drug. Draco caught his mother's eye from across the room, her eyes glistening in the firelight. It was then that something clicked in his mind. He now knew why she stared at him. She was worried for him. She didn't think he was capable. Anger boiled up in his chest. "She thinks I'm soft. She thinks I'm weak. I'll show her. I'll show every one of them. I'm going to do it. I'm going to prove that I'm not to be trifled with. I'm going to kill Albus Dumbledore, and the old coot won't even see it coming." Albus Dumbledore finally returned to his office, well past 2 in the morning. He was very tired. There had been surprisingly few injuries from that night's operations. Dumbledore was never more pleased of his decision to step down as the leader of the Order. His policy of never taking lives had proven to be a great weakness, and had cost the Order dearly in the past. Amelia Bones understood war better than he did, it seemed. By allowing the members of the Order to use whatever means necessary to stop their enemies, so many more lives had been saved. The Ministry was still quite busy. So far as he knew, as many Muggles had seen the battles in Canterbury and York, and the Alleviators had more than a few memories to alter. Unfortunately, Hay had suffered a terrible defeat. Ollivander had been taken, despite their efforts. Amelia was still kicking herself for no having more people in Diagon Alley. They had managed to kill 3 Death Eaters and capture 1 in the end, but that had not been their goal. It was also quite clear they would get nothing from the Death Eater, as she was very young, and was quite likely not given much information. The other 2 operations had gone very well. Moody's group had killed nearly every Death Eater. According to Moody, only one of the Blighters had managed to escape. His group had suffered no casualties, and the worst wound was a scratch suffered by a Raider-frightened cat. Dumbledore was sure that Bill Weasley would not hear the end of that for a while. Kingsley's group had been less successful. It looked as if Ravenclaw House had suffered the loss of one of its star students. The entire Brocklehurst family had been slain only a moment or 2 before the Order arrived. Dumbledore's heart broke as he thought of the promising young witch who Professor Flitwick had spoken so highly of this past year. With a great sigh, the headmaster of Hogwarts sat behind his desk, and retrieved an envelope from one of the drawers on his desk. Opening the large envelope, Dumbledore began reviewing the parchment, with a heavy heart. He had been quite busy of late in preparation for what he knew was now inevitable. He had always understood it was just the way of things, and that he was not beyond nature's reach. Yet, knowing that his own end was nearing was a bit disconcerting somehow. Maybe it was that he'd been in this world for so long that he had trouble imagining what it would be like not to experience it any longer. Maybe it was all the regrets he had over all the mistakes he had made in this life. Or maybe, it was that he knew that no matter what, he would not succeed in ending Lord Voldemort's reign of terror. It was going to fall to Harry Potter to do what he, Albus Dumbledore, would not accomplish. Oh, Dumbledore was not about to give up. He fully intended to do all he could to make the burden easier on the boy, but in his heart, Albus knew that he was going to fail in ridding the world of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He still had no way of discovering exactly what the remaining Horcruxes were, and where they might be. He felt he was close to learning the location of one, though he still had many places to look. Harry and his friends were progressing quite well, and Harry would be given serious instruction once school began. Dumbledore had decided to wait until Harry was back at Hogwarts to begin teaching him spell work. It felt it would be easier to hide Harry's advanced education then. However, he was going to start showing him all the information about the Horcruxes in the coming weeks. He was also considering allowing Harry's young friends to see all he'd collected. Perhaps their young eyes might see something he had missed. Fox gave a soft trill, and Albus looked up with a faint smile. "Am I doing enough, old friend? Can I do any more?" he asked thrilling Red Bird, who cocked its head in question. Dumbledore smirked, and shook his head slowly. He turned back to the parchment in his hands, and with another great sigh, folded it back up, and slipped it back into the envelope. He would send it to Gringotts in the morning. There was still much to do, and this was only one small detail. At the moment, however, he was quite tired. His bed was calling to him, and he was not going to deny himself a nice peaceful rest. Tomorrow, he would go to the Flamel House, and begin Harry's education about Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort sat alone in the room he'd taken for himself in Malfoy Manor. The master suite was very elegantly decorated, likely by Narcissa herself. The woman had exceptional taste, and was a vision to look upon. Though lately, she no longer looked upon him with the worship she once had. Likely she was worried for her child. Such a waste. Draco was no more gifted than his fool of a father, though Lucius did have his uses, and the Malfoys were swimming in gold. Voldemort brushed those thoughts aside. He had too many questions which needed answers, all of them surrounding the enigma that was Harry Potter. The boy had proven to be more than lucky. It was as if fate was guiding the boy. No child could be as lucky as Potter appeared to be. The boy managed to escape his clutches so many times. The Dark Lord was now convinced that the prophecy held some kind of truth to it. Perhaps Potter would be the one who would be his end. If only Lucius had gotten the prophecy. Voldemort snarled softly. He shared too much in common with the boy. Their wand cores, for one. How astronomical were the odds that out of every wizard ever born, Potter would be the one destined for the twin to his own wand. They were both orphans, though admittedly, the Dark Lord had been the reason Potter had no parents. Why couldn't the mudblood witch simply stand aside? Given all he now understood of the boy, Voldemort was beginning to wonder if fate itself was not trying to intervene with his destiny. Was this nature's way of balancing the world? If so, why not someone more powerful, more capable, than this child? Voldemort pondered this for a few moments. Something had changed in recent weeks. Ever since he had discovered that he shared a mental link with the boy, Voldemort had been monitoring it. However, after what happened at the Ministry when he had tried to possess the boy and had suffered serious agony, he had closed the link, using his occlumency shields, yet he still managed to feel the link. After that it had been nothing more significant than a buzzing in the back of his great mind. But now, he no longer felt it. Severus had hypothesized that the boy had perhaps managed to employ occlumency against his lord. Voldemort had then asked how that was possible, as Severus had told him that Potter had not been able to even grasp the concepts before. Snape had responded that he was receiving instruction from Dumbledore now. Something else was weighing heavily on the Dark Lord's mind. Ever since he'd been resurrected, something was different. His power, while still immense, was not what it had once been. Before he'd very nearly been destroyed 15 years ago, he'd positively hummed with magic. Yet, now, in this new body, he no longer vibrated with the power he'd so coveted. It had been most noticeable that night he had fought Dumbledore. He should have beaten the old wizard. It should not have lasted as long as it did, nor should it have been so evenly matched. He was the superior wizard, in every way. Yet, Dumbledore had very nearly bested him. Thankfully, the old man still refused to take a life. That had been his edge. Still, the concern lingered. First his noticeable decrease in power, and now, the loss of his connection to Potter. Despite what Snape said, Voldemort knew it was not simply occlumency. Something was wrong, and all the Dark Lord could think of was something had gone wrong in the ritual. It had to be the explanation. Wormtail, as useless as he was, had performed the ritual perfectly. So it had to be something else. Something he had overlooked. Something he had not foreseen. But what could it be? And then the answer came to him. In a moment of utter clarity, the memory of that night came to him. Of the fear, no, the uncertainty that everything would go right. Of the waiting in that boiling putrid liquid as he waited for Wormtail to perform his duty. First, the bone from his filthy Muggle father. That one dark secret he held so close to his chest. No one could ever suspect he was less than what he appeared to be. He could never lose the faith of his followers. He'd lied to Wormtail, telling him his father had been a very powerful wizard, but had been too forgiving of Muggles, and it had been his undoing. Next came the sacrifice that the Dark Lord was sure Wormtail would be unable to perform, and yet, the coward had done it. He had cut off his own hand for his master. His servant had willingly given part of himself to resurrect his lord, and Voldemort had repaid him for his loyalty by providing him a new hand, one which would be able to help him finish what D started with the Potters. The end of those silly marauders. And finally, the blood of his enemy. The blood of Harry Potter. The blood in which ran a very powerful protective charm that had saved the brat many times over. That blood would now protect him now. But now he knew that it wasn't. The very thing he had thought he needed, Potter's blood, which was infused with the protective magic that had nearly destroyed him all those years ago, that was what must be wrong. He had unwittingly doomed himself by using Potter's blood. It must be the answer to his dilemma. Voldemort rose from his chair and began to pace. That had to be it. The ancient magic which Potter's mud-blood mother had invoked to protect the child was very slowly working against him. How could he have not seen this? How could he have not anticipated this? Potter's blood was supposed to strengthen him, and allow him the ability to kill the boy, and now it appeared that it would kill him after all. No, he was not going to let the brat destroy him. He would find the answer to this enigma. Every problem had a resolution. He had gone farther than anyone before him into the mysteries of magic. He would go further still, and become even more powerful than anyone before him. It was his destiny. The sun was setting on another day, and Harry and Daphne were taking a few moments for themselves, walking hand in hand on the beach. It had been the most unique summer of Daphne's young life. For her own part, Daphne was of mixed emotions about the summer holiday finally coming to an end. So much had happened over the past 2 months. She had gotten back together with Harry after a very short break-up, which she still used against him on occasion, when he acted up. She had then been whisked away to a small island, where she had spent the entire rest of her holiday with the young man she loved, though it was not in the fashion she had truly desired. Daphne was quite proud of the fact that she was now the fastest of the 5 teens. In a dead sprint, she could easily outrun her friends. She could now also perform every spell she knew without uttering a sound. She was very proud of her and her friends' accomplishments over the summer. However, all their training had not allowed for them to have any fun, or to really be what they were. Kids. Tonks had tried to break up the monotony of training by throwing them a few fun exercises, or making games out of their lessons. But, she was the only one. Moody was an extreme sadistic taskmaster. Every day his physical training regimen became more and more grueling. And while she was pleased with what it had done for her figure, she still wanted to punish the man just as he'd done to them all summer. Moody wasn't the only one who'd made it on Daphne's list. Kingsley Shacklebolt had pulled no punches on his dueling lessons, nor had Remus and Sirius showed them any mercy with their fight instruction. Snape had been the worst. Daphne got to experience firsthand Snape's contemptuousness and disdain. Even more disturbing were the spells he'd taught to them. Spells like the flesh-peeling curse, which tore the flesh off your opponent almost as if you were peeling the skin off a banana, the asphyxiation hex, which filled your enemy's lungs with smoke, and the bone splinter curse, which smashed your enemy's bone into tiny slivers which, if applied correctly, could do serious damage inside their body. The worst had been one that Snape claimed to have invented, which he called Sectum Sempra. This spell opened a long gash on your enemy that would ultimately cause death from blood loss if the counter spell was not used quickly. That one still sickened Daphne to think about. And though Daphne knew it was all to prepare her for the war, which was now starting to escalate according to the Order members who were training them kept saying, Daphne was positive that all the hard work was to keep her and Harry from escalating their physical relationship. They were always too exhausted for anything more than a few soft kisses before bed. Daphne wasn't the only one who was feeling resentful and frustrated. Both Hermione and Tracy were becoming very irritable over their lack of physical intimacy. Tracy at least had an excuse. She had no boyfriend on the island. Almost nightly, Daphne and Hermione, who shared a room with the Spunky, would have to listen to monologues on the wonderful merits of Blaise Zabini, whom Tracy was apparently smitten with. Hermione, on the other hand, was in the same boat as Daphne herself. Both of them had boyfriends very close at hand, in fact they were in the same house. There should have been nothing to stop them. It was Hermione's theory that they had been pushed so hard to make them far too tired to do anything but sleep and eat. What better way to keep us all so behaved? Hermione had asked the other two girls a week ago when the subject had once again reared up before they all went to sleep. Now, with only 1 day left of the summer, Daphne was starting to feel cheated. In just 2 days they would be back at Hogwarts, and there weren't a lot of places that Daphne thought she'd feel comfortable getting intimate with Harry. The only place she thought might be secure was the Room of Requirement, which had the added bonus of becoming whatever she wanted it to be. However, thanks to Umbridge, nearly the entire school knew of its existence. So, that really only left the odd broom cupboard. She looked to Harry as they walked together, both of them still a bit exhausted from their training that day. "Harry, do you remember that day on the beach, when we talked about taking things between us further?" she asked. Daphne loved it when Harry blushed. He gave a short nod, and looked into her eyes, taking her other hand in his. "Never really got the chance here, did we?" He looked a bit disappointed, and she knew at once he felt the same as she did. "Hermione thinks it was done to us on purpose." Daphne sighed, closing the gap between them, and wrapping her arms around his neck. He held her tightly in her arms, and gave a soft sigh. "I think it was likely a happy side effect." Harry smiled to himself. "I know that Sirius tries to act the adult, but I know he's clueless as to what he's supposed to be doing. Probably figured the only way to make sure we didn't, was to make sure we had no energy to even think. And we're going back to school the day after tomorrow. With classes, and private lessons, and your Quidditch stuff. Well, I just wonder what's going to happen to us. You think because we haven't gotten more physical that we might, what?" Harry pulled away from her a bit so he could look in her eyes. Confusion was evident on his face, and Daphne could only shrug. "Maybe I'm just being paranoid or something. I just think sometimes that Dumbledore did all this so he could keep us apart. Like maybe he's trying to keep you pure, or something." Harry began to chuckle. He shook his head at her look of outrage at her thought. "Do you know that he kept trying to get me to talk to you guys at the end of last year? When I was avoiding all of you. Nearly every day we talked for a bit, and every day he tried to get me to go back to you all. Then, after Ron's funeral. When you dumped me." Daphne narrowed her eyes. Harry blanched, and nodded his head. "Yeah, that," he said sadly. "He tried to get me to change my mind. So, I don't think he's trying to keep me from you. But I didn't say that he was trying to separate us. I said he was trying to keep you pure. Like, if you're stronger if you're unspoiled." "Unspoiled?" Harry cocked his head, looking truly confused. Daphne gave a great sigh, and peered around the deserted stretch of sand, before leaning in to whisper, "Still a pure." Both teens blushed as she plowed forward. "What if you have to be pure in order to face Voldemort?" Harry thought about it for a moment before he started to laugh. He collapsed to the ground rolling around, holding onto his stomach. Daphne started slapping his arm, trying to get him to stop. "It isn't funny," she repeated over and over. Harry finally managed to gain a bit of control over himself, and pulled Daphne down on top of him. "Do you know what I would want to do if I knew that I was about to face him?" he asked, a broad smile on his face. Daphne shook her head, and Harry reached up to brush some of her dark brown hair behind her ear, his fingers lingering on her cheek as he spoke. "I would want to be with you. In every way imaginable. I would want nothing more to go to meet him after being yours." Daphne stared into his eyes for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest. She bent forward and captured his lips in a soft key. "I know that we're not ready right now, but I love you, Daphne." Harry smiled. "I can't imagine myself with anyone but you, and I don't want to find out what it would be like. As far as I'm concerned, you're all I could ever want." "You're all I want, as well," she whispered, and melted into his embrace. I feel like you might get tired of me because we never do anything more than snog. And once we're back in school, I don't know if we'll ever have time, or a place, where we can be, close. I think we can find a place, and make time for that sort of thing. In fact, we might find it a bit easier once we're back in school. Harry smiled optimistically. Do you really think so? Daphne asked hopefully. Harry smiled and pulled her closer. They kissed again, more deeply this time. He ran his hands up her back, pulling her shirt up as he did so. His hands found the bare skin of her back, which sent electric shocks up her spine, and she ran her hands through his tousled black hair. When they broke their kiss, they were panting a bit. I'm sure of it. Daphne gave a wicked grin, and looked all around them once again. This is the first moment we've had to ourselves since before your birthday. She smiled. Then, maybe it would be a good idea to take advantage of it. Harry grinned, and Daphne chuckled. And of each other. She bent down and began kissing him more passionately than before. Neville Longbottom was sure that he was having the best moment of his life. He was sitting against a tree watching the sunset over the ocean, with who he considered to be the most stunning woman he knew resting against him. His arms were wrapped around her thin waist, and she was holding tightly to his embrace, breathing contentedly, her head resting just under his own. Hermione, he whispered. The girl gave a soft sigh. I just want to tell you how nice this summer has been for me. Hermione sat upright, and turned to look at him. Nice. Neville, we've been training all summer. We didn't even get to celebrate your birthday, or Harry's for that matter. We've barely had any time to do anything at all. I know. Neville nodded. So how can this have been a nice summer? Because I've spent nearly every moment with you. It didn't matter that we were being pushed so hard, or that we didn't get much chance to do what we wanted. I was with you all summer. Hermione's heart melted at his sincerity. She fell back into his arms and kissed him softly. I think I'm falling in love with you, Neville. Hermione whispered. Neville's eyes widened in surprise. Hermione looked a bit embarrassed by her admission, but she didn't move. Neville sat up, drawing her to him once again, holding her tightly to his chest. Hermione didn't resist him. I've been in love with you for a long time now, Neville admitted. I never said anything because I didn't want to scare you, or anything like that. Yet another reason I'm falling for you. Hermione smiled against his chest. You're always thinking of me. They sat in silence for a bit, just holding each other. Hermione couldn't remember ever feeling so at peace, or happy. Do you think it'll be as bad as they've been telling us? Neville asked. I don't know, Hermione said, her tone becoming worried. I hope not. I mean, we've fought them before, and we all came through it okay. No, we didn't, Neville reminded her sadly. Not all of us. Hermione felt her stomach drop as she remembered that they weren't all still around. She also felt an overwhelming guilt as she had not written to the Weasleys, or even really thought of them since the funeral in June. Neville felt her change in demeanor, and gave her a soft reassuring squeeze. It's all right, he said, keying the top of her bushy head. I know he's been looking after us, and I'm sure he'd be pleased with all we've done. I haven't even thought about him since we started all this. We were never going to be anything more than friends, and it's very possible that after school finished, we would have likely drifted apart. All we ever did was argue. But sometimes, he could be so sweet. He had so much potential to be something truly great. Hermione wiped a tear from her cheek. I think in the end he fulfilled his potential. Neville said. It took a lot of selflessness and bravery to do what he did. I don't know that I could have done it. I hope none of us have to make that choice. Hermione said, looking up at him. Neville nodded his agreement. They fell silent for a while, each lost to their own thoughts. Hermione, supposing we make it through all of this, what do you think you'll do? Hermione settled back into her original position, wrapping the blanket they had brought around her legs as the air began to chill. I don't know. I guess I haven't really thought about that, either. I think I'd like to do something in law. There are so many things that should be changed. Wizards are some truly bigoted people. You'll have a difficult task. That's never stopped me before. Yeah, I know. Neville grinned, keying the top of her head again. What about a family? Hermione looked up at him, a small smile playing at her lips. Family. Yeah, have you ever thought about kids and the like? Neville said, his voice shaking a bit under her inquisitive gaze. Of course I have. Yeah, I think I'd like to have a family one day. Why are you asking? Hermione pushed. Well, Neville started. Hermione sat up again, and turned to look at him. She couldn't stop the smile on her face, as Neville once again became the timid boy she remembered from just a year ago. It amazed her how confident and strong he had become since they had begun seeing each other. I just thought, that is. Well, I had this dream the other night, and it's stayed with me. He stammered. Go on. That is, well, in my dream, you and I. Neville tried to speak, but with Hermione watching him so closely, with that strange smile on her face, she was making it very difficult to speak. Neville, you can talk to me. You can tell me anything. I won't laugh at you. Will you marry me? Hermione felt like she'd just been slapped. The smile fell away and she could only stare at her boyfriend. What? Not right now, or anything. After. You know, if we make it through, would you consider marrying me? Neville stammered, his face reddening. He hadn't meant to just blurt it all out. Hell, he had only just told her that he loved her. I don't know what to say. Hermione whispered, staring into his eyes. You don't have to answer me. Well, like I said, I had this dream, and it's just kind of stuck with me these past few weeks. Hermione fell back against her boyfriend, and thought about what Neville had just asked. She wasn't even 17 yet, she hadn't come close to accomplishing anything she'd ever really thought about doing. Yet, she knew better than most how life could make you change your priorities, or forget your dreams in favor of something better. Before she'd learned she was a witch, she had dreamt of becoming a teacher. She loved learning, and had thought it would be good to pass on her growing knowledge to children one day. Then her acceptance letter had come, and a whole new world of opportunity opened up to her. After her first year at Hogwarts, her dream of teaching had faded altogether. Around her 4th year, she had started dreaming of working in government. She just wanted to help those who'd been oppressed for so long. Professor Lupin's plight had truly opened her eyes, and learning about the house elf embeatment, and her own sense of right and wrong, had done much to fuel the fire. But now, she could feel that dream slipping away, as the dark cloud of the war hung over her, and her own self-doubt nipped at her. Even with all they had done this summer, Hermione still woke up in the night drenched in sweat, having seen her own death. Now, however, she felt as if she could have a goal. Something she could be fighting towards, besides stopping a madman. Something for herself. She was falling in love with him. She knew it in her heart, but the practical side of her brain knew that it was possible that it was simply a teenage romance, and that one day they could split up. One day, she would look back on her relationship with Neville with a mixture of fondness and revulsion. But if that was the case, why then would she lie awake at night thinking about giving herself to him? Why did her body want him so desperately that she would find herself thinking the most randy thoughts at some of the worst possible moments? Hormones, of course, she thought to herself. I'm a teenager, and this is what happens to all of us. But her heart knew it was something more. She was far too practical to allow herself to get involved in something so silly as a physical relationship just to satisfy her most primitive of urges. She had never wanted to be like other girls she knew, who would do things with boys for no other reason than to satisfy some urge. She needed the emotional and mental connection, and she always known that. Neville gave her that. Would you tell me about your dream? Hermione asked softly, snuggling against her boyfriend, wrapping her arms tightly around him. He began to run his fingers softly through her mess of brown hair, soothing her. He began to tell her of his dream, in which they were together. 2 young children playing in a yard, while they busied themselves preparing a meal, and discussing their day. Such a simple vision, and yet it promised so much. Who wouldn't want that? Who would really want to deny themselves such happiness? Neville, she asked when he'd fallen silent again. The sun had now disappeared beyond the horizon, and the sky was a brilliant orange-purple. Yeah, he murmured. She looked up at him now, another small shy smile playing at her mouth. I think that if we make it through all we have to do, that I would love to be with you." Neville's eyes lit up, and he smiled broadly. "Really?" Hermione nodded her head, her own smile widening. "However, when the time comes, I expect a proper proposal." Neville pulled her into a long deep key. All the happiness he felt being expressed through the act. "Anything you want," he whispered. "All right, you lot." Moody barked as he paced before the 5 teens. "Today is your final test. We've set more than a few surprises out there for you, and we're going to see how well you work together, and how well you take down your opponents. You'll be able to use anything you can think of, but let's try not to permanently damage anyone, yeah?" The teens all smirked. "You'll have half an hour to get through it and back to this point. Now, I know that you can run the whole thing in 10 minutes, but this is not about speed. It's about your ability to adapt, to know when to run, and when to fight. Now, let's see what you can do." Moody blew his whistle, and the 5 youngsters were off. Daphne, who was the fastest of them all, led the way. All of them had their wands out, and were watching for any signs of movement. Unfortunately, there were no signs that they were running straight into their first challenge. At least not until the ground exploded in front of Daphne. The brunette Slytherin screamed as she fell down in an effort to avoid the blast. Harry was at her side in an instant, with Neville and Tracy coming right behind. "Disillusionments," Harry shouted as another spell threw up sand all around them. "Hominum revelio," Hermione shouted as she came up to the group. Both Neville and Tracy had cast shield charms to protect them. Hermione's spell swept over the ground and 2 figures appeared highlighted in a blue light. Harry took aim at the first, while Daphne took the second. Both figures went down under stunners. "Let's go," Harry said, helping Daphne to her feet. Having learned her lesson, Daphne kept pace with the others now. They got another 200 yards before 4 hooded and robed figures apparated before them. Neville and Harry took the lead, casting spells in tandem, trying to throw their oppressors off balance. Hermione and the other 2 girls conjured large rocks in front of the oncoming spells to protect the boys. "This isn't working," Harry shouted, as their opponents were beginning to gain ground. "Hermione, banish one of those boulders." Hermione did as Harry ordered, and banished one of the large stones towards their enemies. Harry raced after it, still using it as cover as he sprinted along the shoreline towards the robed villains. At the last moment, Harry put on a burst of speed and launched himself up onto the flying stone. Once he'd gotten to the top, he fired a volley of blasting curses down on the robed people, like rain. 2 of the 4 were hit hard, but the hurling boulder had divided the 4 figures, and 2 of them were now behind him. Harry spun, and was quite pleased to find that his distraction had worked, and given his friends an opening to get the upper hand. "Erg, who used the pus hex?" Harry asked, looking down at Bill Weasley, who was one of their attackers. "I did, and we don't have time to admire our handiwork," Hermione urged. "Right," Neville said, breathing heavily. "Let's get moving." They encountered nothing until they were quite near the end. Harry stopped short as they could see the natural path that led into the forest and to the Flamel house. The others stopped right beside him. "What is it?" Daphne huffed. "An ambush." Harry smirked. He turned and started retracing his steps back along the beach. "But, Harry," Hermione said, catching up with him. "We should have seen this coming. Only 2 obstacles. Only 6 Death Eaters. Don't you think that was a bit easy?" Harry questioned as he turned suddenly and plunged into the forest. "Moody's saving it for an all-out battle. So what do we do?" Neville asked. "We play their game, but we do it by our rules," Harry said. He tapped his head as he entered the forest to disillusion himself. The others followed suit and very quietly entered the forest behind their leader. Harry reached into his pocket, and pulled out the fake galleon that Hermione had created for the DA the previous year, and tapped the edge, changing the serial number into a message. Keeping it clutched in his hand, he began to move further into the forest. Neville felt something warm in his pocket, and pulled his DA coin. Get to the roof," he smiled to himself, and started to head towards the house. Harry wanted him to take the high ground, which meant Harry and the others were going to cause some kind of diversion in order to make their enemies reveal themselves. Harry trusted him to cover their backs, and Neville wasn't about to let them down. As he got closer to the house, he began mentally running through his most powerful spells. Harry crept closer to the house, crouching down behind a large tree. He peeked around to see if he could spot anything. It looked clear, but Harry could feel the trap. It had just been too easy, and that wasn't Moody's style. Again, he tapped the galleon and altered the message. Get to path under cover. Then wait to reveal. Hermione took a deep breath and started to look around the large rock she had found shelter behind. Her wand clutched tightly in her right hand, and the fake galleon in her left. It had been her idea to use them in battle like this. They could communicate without using their voices or patronuses. They didn't even need to stay close enough to use silly hand signals that they could misunderstand. The best part was no one other than the 5 of them knew about it. Alright, maybe the other members of the DA would be quite confused by the messages they were seeing on their coins, but none of them could alter theirs to send messages. Only Harry could do that. Hermione was convinced that they would get a load of questions when they got on the train. Go to right side of house by porch. Daphne crouched low, sweeping her eyes back and forth. The path was empty, quiet and serene. But Harry felt that it was a setup, and now that she had time to catch her breath and think it over, it was clear he was right. They were being set up. She couldn't help but smile when she imagined the looks of surprise on all the Order members' faces. Get to gully near stream. Tracy felt herself tense up with anticipation. She trusted her friends with her life, and she wasn't about to let them down. She knew that it was simply a test, just as she knew the next time it would be real. Laying flat on the ground, her feet were getting cold resting in the tiny stream. Next time, he can use the gully for cover. Tracy groaned inwardly. Now, Hermione silently cast the revealing spell, and just as before, a wave of magic swept through the forest and highlighted all humans in a soft blue light. As she and her friends were all disillusioned as well, they were lit up as well. Fortunately for them, they were expecting it. What they weren't expecting were the number of opponents. Harry stunned the person who'd been right in front of him. He'd been shocked that he'd been almost right on top of someone. Shouts came from all around as their attackers saw that they had been discovered. The forest was suddenly lit up from spells being exchanged. Neville was truly happy he'd be placed on the roof. He'd been the only one not discovered by the revealing spell. This made it easy to take out 3 of their attackers before anyone even guessed he was up there. After taking out the 3rd foe Death Eater, he quickly changed his position so no one could zero in on his location. He was able to body bind 2 more people before he had to move again. Daphne banished one Death Eater into another, and then used a ticking charm on them both, before securing them with magical ropes. A hex blasted just above her head, and she screamed in surprise and a bit of fear. She stood to start running for better cover when she was hit with a tripping jinx. Protega, she cried, casting her shield charm just in time to stop a rather nasty-looking yellow hex. Shield won't hold forever, she heard a familiar voice say. She looked up to see one of the robed attackers closing in on her, and was shocked when they suddenly were thrown into the air. We can rest in a bit, babe. I promise, Harry said, grabbing her wrist and helping her to her feet. Tracy waited for a few moments after the battle started. She was the reserves, and she knew it. She saw Neville stun his first 3, and saw Hermione dart forward and use a spell Snape had taught them to levitate one of their attackers into a tree, and bind him there. She had to chuckle at the brainy witch's ingenuity. Tracy's moment came when she spotted 2 enemies slowly circling around Hermione. Apparently they weren't counting, or they thought Hermione was their biggest threat, or maybe they just wanted to get one over on the bushy-haired witch. Whatever the reason, Tracy wasn't about to let them do it. Incendio, she said softly, and grinned as one of the 2 would-be attackers' robes caught fire. The other turned and doused his partner with water to put out the flames. Both of them turned to face Tracy only to be knocked out for their trouble. Thanks, Hermione gasped as Tracy ran forward. Hermione had heard the shouts of surprise from behind and seen the 2 attackers. She had stunned one, and thankfully, Tracy had been aiming at the other. It was over. Harry and Daphne met Tracy and Hermione on the path that led to the house, keeping their eyes and ear open for anyone they might have missed. "Did Neville get hit?" Hermione asked when she saw that her boyfriend was not with them. "I'm okay," Neville said, waving from the overhang above the porch. He was in the middle of canceling the disillusionment charm on himself. "I think that's all of them." "Anyone hurt?" Harry asked. They all looked each other over, while simultaneously taking stock of themselves. "You took your time," Moody shouted, lumbering out of the house. "I thought I was quite clear that you had in half an hour." Harry looked at his watch and saw they had taken nearly an hour. He looked up at Moody and shrugged. "I think I'd rather have taken extra time and been safe than fall into a trap and not finished at all." "Figured it out then, did ya?" Moody glared. "Almost didn't. Thankfully, I realized that you didn't wear us down on the beach." Moody grinned, making his already gnarled face look even more sinister. "There's hope for you lot, then. So, do we pass?" Tracy asked, leaning on Hermione, who looked rather pleased. "You did well, I'll give you that, but you should have been able to do it within the time limit." "We just took out 20 people." Neville looked appalled. 20 people who were taking it easy on you. I resent that." The teens turned to see some of the assailants coming down the path. Sirius was leading them, limping a bit. "Nice bit with that boulder." He smiled, clasping Harry on the shoulder. "We gave them both barrels, as the Americans say, and they handed us our butts. I think they did more than pass this test." "I second that," Bill Weasley said, helping Fleur Delacour to her feet. "Zay Avenue performed most admirably." The teens were surprised to see the silvery-haired Vila, and even more shocked when Bill keyed her. "Oi, Mad Eye, who cares about a time limit?" Fred Weasley said. He had just been revived by Remus Lupin, who must have filled in he and his twin, George, who was sitting beside him rubbing his head. "I think I hit my head on a rock," George groaned. Tracy smirked. "Give it to them, Moody," Bill Weasley said. "Admit that they saw through your charade, and let it go." "Fine," Moody barked, silencing the troops. "Fine, you all passed." "Thank you." Daphne smiled, the others breaking into smiles as well. "And now we have something for you, for all you've done this summer." "Yeah, and what might that be, lassie?" Moody quirked an eyebrow. 5 teens raised their wands and shouted stupefy at the same time. Moody had no time to react, and was knocked out cold. "Serves him right," Hermione commented. "He's going to be really angry when he wakes up." Neville smiled. "He should have been more vigilant," Tracy remarked dryly. The forest erupted in laughter. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.